Uh, Let us start this symposium. I am going to request each one of you to rise up so that we have the anthems and get started. As we start, I want to invite Fred Mungodit from Compassion to come, and after the anthems, he would give us the opening prayer. I'll give you the cue so that we start the anthems. Fred, please come. Can we have the anthems, please?
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Let's stay standing and have the prayer as well.
Let us pray. Thank you, Father, this morning for an opportunity you have given us once again as a member and as members of the greater community of the NGO team in Uganda. We thank you for a moment that you have decided that such a day as this we gather together and share in transparency and compliance. We pray for the members who are going to discuss with us, that Lord, you will nourish them with wisdom, and as we listen, open our hearts to be receptive of your words that you share with us through compliance. We share this in the name of Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen.
Let's take our seats. The managing partner, BDO, Mr. Kenneth Makanga. The managing partner, AF Mpanga Advocate, Mr. Ernest Kalibala. The president of ICPAU, CPA Timothy David. Our speakers and moderators on the different panels, founders, executive directors of NGOs, NPOs here present, players, sector players in the NGO and NPO space, members of the Fourth Estate, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2026 NGO Symposium under the theme Advancing Transparency and Compliancy, that is organized by BDO and AF Panga. I think our clapping can improve. Allow me lay that as the protocol so that subsequent speakers are at liberty to adopt that protocol. Once again, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Happy Women Month. Well, when I was leaving my house, my wife told me that it's a Women Month, so I actually presumed that it's a Happy Women Month, I think because of Women's Day. But can each one of you exchange your right hand of friendship and tell your neighbor good morning and welcome to the NGO 2026 Symposium. It's important because on many occasions people just come and take their seats, have their breakfast and listen to. So thank you very much for joining us, and I want to thank our sponsors for this symposium. To start us off, ladies and gentlemen, allow me invite the managing partner, AF Mpanga Advocates, Ernest Kalibala, to come and officially welcome us. Please join me in welcoming him.
Thank you very much, and good morning to all of you once again. A combination of lawyers and accountants hosting you might scare you, because you all know us in our different professional capacities, and so you must be wondering, why are lawyers and accountants getting together and calling us for breakfast? What exactly are they going to tell us? Please do not worry. The engagement today is not a war or a battle. It's an opportunity for us to speak together about many things. Now, if you have been following events in the world, about a year or so ago, we all woke up to news about the closure of USAID. It might be the first time many of us noticed something called executive orders, because things were flying around in the form of executive orders. But it was something that was so big, the organization was so big, there was no way anyone would have thought that it could be affected in the manner that it was. But that's one story. The second story is about 10 or so days ago, we again woke up to another event in the Middle East. I hope you are following that one. It's ongoing. Every day there's something new. Those two events appear to be unrelated. They are certainly about a year apart, but they speak to something that is very critical about our lives. And it's about events that show up which we haven't planned for, which we haven't foreseen, which come and have a profound effect on life as we know it. So the lawyers and the accountants thought that it might be a useful thing for us to sit together and plan for things that could happen. So, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you this morning to this half-day symposium. I really do so on behalf of AF Mpanga, of BDO, and of ICPAO, the Institute of Chartered Public Accountants of Uganda. We thought that it would be a useful thing for us to take you away from your regular schedule and chat about a number of things that you might see in the course of the day. We are proud that about 50 organizations or so have responded and are sitting together under this beautiful roof to discuss trends, developments, to discuss challenges, and so on. And you've seen the theme is about advancing transparency and compliance. We hope that at the end of the engagement, we'll all have learned something new or have given different thought to some of the things that we are doing and how we might want to do them differently. I don't need to tell you about the role, the critical role that NGOs play in the development of this country. I think you are fully aware. You are certainly much more aware than I am, because you are engaged in activities that impact the society in which we live. But you also know that things are changing. What things looked like 20 years ago, there's a different outlook now. Not only from a funding perspective, the laws have changed, the expectations have changed, people have different views of what NGOs should do or shouldn't do. And one of the critical outcomes for today is to allow us an opportunity to engage with the regulator in a manner that is not you being summoned to come and explain something, but rather, a friendly cup of tea, chatting about this and that, and raising the issues that you are. So we really thank Dr. Okello for coming and being part of this occasion. I'm not sure how many of you have met him physically. You probably have met him through his signature, because his signature is on a very important piece of paper, or important pieces of paper that you have. But we want to thank him for making time to come and be with us. Now, there's often a view that the most important asset for an NGO is its mission, and I think that is true, because that's really what you focus on. But I think that there is much more, and I think one of the most important elements around NGOs is just the idea of trust. The fact that you create or you walk in a manner that makes people trust what you say, what you do, what you promise. So trust is one of the things that underlines the theme that we have today, which deals with transparency and which deals with regulatory compliance. As you know, if people do not trust you, there's a high chance that they will not want to interact with you. The more they trust you, it's more likely that they will interact with you, they will support you, and that also goes into the things that we call fundraising. You know that space much more than I do. You know what has become of the fundraising space. You know the shift that has come from just outright grants for you to focus on certain deliverables, to now being required to have more flexible models of funding, perhaps more sustaining types of models, because the donors are also fatigued and they are also facing challenges in their own space. So if we are now going to start to look inward more than we were looking outward, certainly this theme is timely, because every person that you ask to assist you to do one thing or the other will want to feel that they can trust you. And one of the ways that they would feel that they can trust you is they are comfortable with your levels of compliance. They know that you are not just existing, you are actually taking care to exist within the confines of the law, within that context, but you are also transparent. So that's what we want to focus on this morning, and I want to once again thank you very much for taking time to come and be part of this engagement. It is the first time that we are doing this together, so thank you for making it work. If you were not here, we would be speaking to ourselves, ICPAO and BDO, and exchanging interesting notes. So I wish you a good and informative symposium. I would hope that it can be as interactive as possible, so that we can hear views from as many of you as can or are willing to speak. I think the can is okay, but the willingness might be the challenge. so that we exchange notes and we learn more things from each other. So with those few remarks, I welcome you once again to this symposium. Let's have fun as we learn. Thank you.
Sponsoring events and bringing people together is not a small thing, but I don't think that that club is deserving of a sponsor. Much better, much better. Thank you very much, the managing partner AF Mpanga, for laying foundation to why we are here and really shedding some of the critical areas that are important, like trust, compliancy, and transparency. When you talked about transparency, I started to think to myself that transparency starts with you as an individual, as a husband in your home, that when you receive your salary, you tell your wife, I have been paid. The white people say that you can never give what you don't have. So certainly if you're not transparent as an individual, how about when you're running an institution? So I think it's important for us to reflect. We've heard from one of our hosts and sponsors of this symposium this morning. Now I want to invite the next one, and the next critical sponsor of this event is the managing partner of BDO, SCCA, CPA, MBA, a happy husband and a proud father. Please join me in welcoming Kenneth Makanga.
Thank you, Mr. MC. I had no idea that you got the feedback from my wife that I'm a very proud husband. The president of the Institute of Certified Public Accountants, the executive director, NGO Bureau, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this 2026 NGO Symposium. And like Anes has said, it's very exciting to see a room full of accountants and lawyers, and as well as leaders from the NGO community. I'm sure we have development partners here. I know many donors no longer want to be referred to as donors, and we just call them funders, because that relationship is no longer something that in the spirit of transparency we would want to have. At the same time, I'm very happy that you've honored our invitation today. Like Anes has said, if you're not here, we'll be talking amongst ourselves. We are very proud that you were able to respond to our invitation. In the same spirit, I'm particularly very happy that the Institute of Certified Public Accountants and F. Mpanga agreed to partner with BDO to host this symposium. Like Anes has said, it's the first time we are working together to host this kind of symposium, and we believe, we as BDO, we believe in the spirit of collaboration and collaborating with entities that have shared values, like F. Mpanga Advocates and the Institute of Certified Accountants, is something that we are very proud, and hopefully we should be able to have more of these engagements based on your feedback today. I want to take this opportunity as well to recognize and thank SCA CPA Samantha Musoke from the International Non-Profit Reporting Foundation for accepting to be a presenter. And for those who know Samantha, you know that she has been the force behind a new kid on the block, a new kid on the block in the accounting space, the international non-profit accounting standards. I have always joked with Samantha that we should actually introduce Samantha to the tourism board because she's a great ambassador for this country. And the global project she's leading, I think Uganda as a country are going to milk. We're going to milk that goodwill. And you deserve, in my wisdom, to be branded a Ugandan ambassador in terms of. In the same spirit, I want to thank Dr. Okello Stephen for accepting to come and have a friendly chat. Like Ernest has said, with his signature, he could have easily summoned all of us. But he has accepted to come and really be with us and talk more about this subject of transparency and compliance. Now, you'll permit me, I think, I know ICPAO and F. Mpanga Advocates are really big brands. But I also see many familiar faces that already know BDO. But I'm sure there are some who might just want to know what BDO stands for. And in that spirit, I will just spend a second to just explain to all of us what BDO stands for. BDO is a global professional services firm, and our service proposition is in the 4 areas of tax, accounting, advisory, and assurance. We are very proud of the work we do in the NGO community. And if you have not had the privilege of working with BDO and you're in this room, I want to remind you that it is not too late to modify and edit your annual year goals. I was told that until it clocks Easter, it is okay to wish people a Happy New Year. So, and to make it easier so that you modify your goals, I will ask the BDO people, if you're in this room, please stand up so that people can know how to reach us in case they have no idea. My BDO people, please stand up for recognition. Yeah, those are the nicely branded people of BDO. And if you've not had a chance to work with us, please feel free to make sure that you get their contacts. As I wind up, I just want to remind ourselves that the primary purpose of this symposium, like Ernest has said, is to really create a space of dialogue where we are going to discuss emerging issues within our space, but more importantly for us, we want to really dissect and discuss the new kid on the block, the international non-profit accounting standard, okay? And as you know, regulatory compliance is something that is alive, and we should use this opportunity as well to candidly and honestly discuss those challenges and of course the solutions that we see in this space. So my ask of you is, let this engagement be as interactive, be as candid, and as well as let us walk away with some solutions out of this place. I'll conclude by saying that in our conversations, let's be candid, let's be curious, and let's be open to challenge ourselves to live to the theme of the symposium. Once again, I want to acknowledge and thank ISPAO and F. Mpanga for partnering with us, and I wish you a good symposium. Thank you.
Can you give Kenneth another big round of applause? The staff of BDO, when your managing partner tells you to stand up, it's important that you stand up with a smile. Firstly, that's the beginning part of customer care. But also secondly, it guarantees payment of salary and job security. So don't stand up as if you're not happy to work. But anyways, that's on a light note. Kenneth, I want to invite you back so that you invite the president of ISPAO.
Thanks, Mr. MC. I really have this honor, and I think by doing this, I'm also guaranteeing my job security and my practicing license for next year. Mr. President, this is your time to come and talk to your people, and more importantly, lay a foundation why this is a very important symposium for us. Thank you.
Good morning. Kenneth has assumed, perhaps correctly so, that I'm very popular. So no names were mentioned. However, for those who may not know me, I'm CPA David Timothy Ediomo. Yes, thank you. I would like to stand on the previous protocols, although I feel you omitted a very important group. Those who recently won an election, if you are here, we recognize you're here. And congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I would like to start by thanking Kenneth and the team at BDO East Africa for organizing this symposium. A convention of this nature is timely given the current developments in the financial reporting and regulatory landscape for nonprofits, which is the reason we are here this morning. Therefore, thank you, BDO East Africa, for initiating this conversation, and our colleagues, the Land Friends, the advocates, AF Mpanga advocates, for collaborating with us. I'm certain that the insights and knowledge that will be shared at this symposium will be of tremendous value to our colleagues in the nonprofit sector and profession as a whole. And I do believe it will be very important. You know, this convention is not timely, but overdue. For those in the accounting space, you know that, who are struggling with a lot in terms of reporting. I would also like, in a special way, to appreciate Samantha and the teams at Humantam and the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accountancy for your work on the International Nonprofit Accounting Standard, which we have abbreviated as INPAS. To the journalists in the room, I know you struggle with our accounting abbreviations. There seem to be many. I hope someone has a list of them at the back, because I'll mention quite a number. For those who might not be aware, the INPAS is a brainchild of Humantam and SIPFA under the International Financial Reporting for NPO project, which began 6 years ago, peaking in the launch of the INPAS in October 2025. I know that the launch of the standard is a culmination of many years of hard work, consultation, and resolve, the fruits of which we now delight in. Thank you, Samantha, once again, and your team for your commitment to this project. Let's appreciate them hard. I don't want the MC to come back and remind you to do that. Thank you. Samantha, we now have the International Nonprofit Reporting Foundation, the INPRF, founded by Humantam and SIPFA. This will oversee the future development, adoption, and maintenance of INPAS, and any future standards for the NPO sector. Interesting developments, I might say. I'm looking forward to hearing more as you present. I'd also like to mention that the Institute was actively involved in this project. When I talk of the Institute, I am speaking of CPA Uganda. Our Director of Standards and Regulation, CPA Charlie Lutimba, or rather Charles, is the country champion for Uganda, and he played a major role in ensuring the NPO accountants provided input into the various exposure drafts. He will soon be presenting, and I'm sure he'll tell us more. Thank you, Charles, for your input into that. Ladies and gentlemen, INPAS is a game changer for non-profit reporting, and I want to emphasize that indeed it's a game changer. For those of you who are in practice, you know what we have struggled with in the past. Almost every donor had a different way of telling you what to do. Then you didn't know whether to quote IFRS or the one for SMEs, so there were all these struggles. And if you look at those reports, many of them have a different format. So a global accounting standard tailored to address NPO-specific reporting requirements is really welcome. Soon reporting inconsistencies, non-comparable financial reports, contradictory donor reporting requirements, grant management difficulties, and revenue recognition issues will hopefully be things of the past. The result is that the quality of financial reports will improve tremendously, enhancing trust and transparency and building donor confidence above all. And I speak of donor confidence. I know some of you are saying the donations have almost disappeared, but let's build their confidence. They will come back with more money. Charles, Samantha, and Kenneth and the team will tell us more about the INPAS and what we can expect in terms of implementation. As I conclude, I would like to encourage CPAs in nonprofits to begin thinking about early adoption. I know that several resources have been published on the INPR website, including a practice guide and the implementation guide. Now is the time to interact with these resources as you prepare for adoption. ICPAU will soon pronounce itself on the regulatory pathway for adoption of INPAS in Uganda, with a clear indication of who should apply the standard, when to apply, as well as capacity building initiatives for implementers, auditors, and regulators. I thank you all for your commitment to this journey. I know that we will achieve success if we work collectively. Thank you very much. Enjoy the symposium. Thank you.
Some things you can't use the microphone. Some of you have put bags on seats. Look within yourself and do the needful. Can we clap for the president one more time? Yeah. Those ones that are watching us virtually, thank you very much for joining us. Some things are better said when you are physically present. I am sure that now you know why we are here. We have 3 institutions that have gathered. BDO, AF Mpanga, together with the ICPAU. They have gathered to address 3 reasons, and this is why they are very, very critical. One is to create awareness of the INPAS. Then the second one is to guide NGOs on practical steps of how to adopt. And then the other is, of course, the addressing the legal and regulatory compliancy. And that is the reason as to why we are here this morning. To take us to our next presentation and part of the program is Samantha. Samantha is a chartered accountant, SCCA CPAU, with 28 years of experience in non-profit sector. She previously served as the project director of IFRN NPO at the HEMTAM, where she led the development of the first edition of the International Nonprofit Accounting Standards, and now she serves as the INPAS Adoption and Engagement Director with the International Non-Profit Reporting Foundation. She's also co-leads the Uganda INGO Finance Network, and she is a member of ICPAU. Please join me in welcoming Samantha Musoke. Musoke. Yes.
Thank you so much. Let me first of all thank and honor the distinguished hosts and guests here. First of all, my president of ISPAU, Timothy David, thank you so much for honoring this event. To the managing partner BDO, Kenneth Makanga, who's been a very active participant in this project for the last 6 years, and the managing partner AF Mpanga, Ernest Kalibala. Thank you so much for hosting this event. Also to the many distinguished guests, and last but not least, many familiar faces and friends that I can see in the room. I work online, and I've often mostly seen your faces on screens. So if I look at you and I don't seem to recognize you, please remind me who you are, because I'm really excited to see so many people in the flesh today. Just to avoid the confusion, yes, I am English, and I am Musoke. I've lived in Uganda since 2001, and I am a proud Muchala to Mr. Musoke, which is where I get my lovely name. So let me tell you about INPAS. I am so excited to have the opportunity to share with you today. Do I have a clicker? Let's hope this works. So, introducing INPAS. Let's see if this works. Click. Where do I point it to? Maybe try that one. Oh, there we go. Yeah, okay. I was clicking in the wrong direction. So you could think of INPAS as a sort of international financial reporting standard. We heard there are many terrible acronyms in this world, but one you will hear a bit is IFRS, the International Financial Reporting Standard. So you could think of INPAS as an IFRS for non-profit organizations. And what I want to take us through this morning is really what is INPAS, what problems does it solve, how was it developed and how was it issued, and what's new compared to what you may have been used to. And finally, a bit of a slight deep dive into the grant reporting format, which is a world that financial reporting standards don't often get into. So why is it needed? So as has been mentioned, non-profit organizations have been using standards that have either been written for the for-profit sector, the IFRS, or for governments, IPSAS, or just different donor requirements, or quite often just their own accounting policies. Any of you that have read audit reports or written them, there's this famous phrase, right? In our opinion, these financial statements give a true and fair view in accordance with, and it's not supposed to just say generally accepted practice or in according with our donors' accounting policies. It's supposed to reference a framework that is relevant and to supporting the organization to give a true and fair view. And there has not been that framework. So we're filling that gap. Now, we've been hearing over many years how donors, when they see the financial statements of different organizations, which is usually part of their due diligence requirements, it's part of that relationship building with any donor or any stakeholder. And as we've said, we're not in a donor-dominated world anymore, and certainly we are moving away from that. But any stakeholder wants to kind of understand who you are through your financial statements. But donors have been an important driver in the sector for decades. And we've heard from them that when they read the financial statements, rather than building trust, they create as many questions as they answer. They often can't see the context of their grant and their funds within the overall financial statements. And obviously they have a requirement to get accountability and transparency according to their needs. So they have therefore added on each grantor, each donor with their own requirements and their own formats. Not, with bad intent necessarily, but the net effect is a real mishmash and confusion of different frameworks, which has been mentioned earlier. We also see regulators in different countries wanting to have information about the non-profits in their countries, and the usual accounts and tax returns don't necessarily give them the information they want. So each regulator also can come up with their own bits of information that they want. So this is a very fragmented and messy situation, and the people left holding the baby and left trying to struggle with all this are the non-profits themselves, who are often the least resourced and the least able to cope with such an excessively complex reporting mishmash. We also see, the finance people are seen as overhead, and yet there's this constant pressure to minimize overhead, focus on your mission. So we've got a real conflict there of this very, very complicated environment and yet lower resources to be able to comply within it. So this is also a global equality question, because there's about 12 to 15 countries in the world that have had the resources to develop their own national accounting standards specifically for non-profits. The States, the UK, Canada, the usual suspects have all been able to develop their own. Which means that in those countries, the trust building between society and government and the non-profits has been facilitated by those national accounting standards. But there's never been an equivalent for the international community. And that's a problem. That's an equality problem. And it puts non-profits in countries like Uganda at a disadvantage compared with non-profits in other countries. It speaks to this, it creates a trust gap, as Ernest mentioned earlier, and it just makes the whole system very inefficient. And that detracts from what matters most, which is our missions. That's what the NPOs exist for. So, the solution is, as you all know, in PAS. And now, let me not pretend that a financial reporting standard is a magic bullet. It isn't. It doesn't solve all these trust issues, but it is a really important foundation, and it does create an environment where a lot of these other problems can be solved. So one is eliminating these redundant formats, where we've got different formats for different donors, where each regulator has to make up their own set of information that they want. There's now a central repository, if you like, of the key information that the world has decided is going to be most relevant for non-profits. We can improve the quality of the financial statements themselves. That means they're more useful to a broad range of stakeholders. At the moment, some stakeholders are kind of left out of the equation. There's a lot of focusing on meeting donor needs and not enough effort on meeting the needs of a broader range of stakeholders. Now, within PAS, these reports can be more useful to a broader range. Now, I want to add here, so obviously, looking forward, we do need to be getting financial resources from a broader range of different sources, right? We can't just be going to the international donors. But having trusted and easy to read, consistent financial statements helps open doors with a range of different funding sources. Even a corporate that wants to partner with you would usually want to see your financial statements. And if they're presented in a way that they can understand, that's going to help. Also, many donors, when they're doing due diligence, they ask, here's our financial statements. They go, well, fine, but also here's another 100 questions. And we worked with donors to see what kinds of things could reasonably go into the financial statements that would help reduce the number of extra questions that you have to ask. Obviously, things to do with policies and controls, they don't belong in the financial statements, but there's a number of things that do. So we've worked with donors to hopefully reduce the due diligence burden. And then one of the aspects here is not just about increasing the quantity of funding, but also the quality. So many of you in the sector will know that the magic kind of income that everybody wants is unrestricted income. Income that you have the agility and the flexibility to be able to use according to the priorities that are put in front of you. And as we all know, a changing world changes very quickly. And if you're tied 100% into budgets that you drew up for a proposal 3 years ago, that makes it very difficult to respond in real time. And restricted funds are important, but they really do slow things down and make it difficult to respond. From a donor's point of view, they're like, well, if I give you unrestricted money, it's like putting money in a black hole and I don't know where it went and what you did with it. And how do I get accountability? So donors have tended to go for restricted funding because of the transparency and accountability that they need. Now with INPAS, for the first time, it introduces this idea of fund accounting in an international standard. That means you can get transparency about the use of unrestricted funds, and that means people can have more confidence to give unrestricted funding without thinking that they therefore have to close their eyes to any kind of transparency and accountability. The other area that's been quite political is support costs, which was the new name we have given to a previous bad reputation of overhead costs or indirect costs. They've got a bit of a toxic reputation for being wasteful, overindulgent, poorly managed. Well, your indirect costs are also things that, manage your financial systems, your safeguarding, your HR, your IT, your everything else. Like, if the institution doesn't have the foundation of those that are paid for by those support costs, you can't operate individual projects. Now, again, that lack of, there was a bit of opacity, basically, about indirect costs when it comes to donors. So again, they're nervous to give money to overhead costs because they're thinking, well, maybe this organization is getting double funding, etc. So we've built transparency about support costs into INPAS, specifically to enable an organization to have better conversations with their donors and a better understanding of the real support costs that are underpinning their organization. So the idea is that this is a win-win really for a whole range of stakeholders. This isn't something that's being imposed and nobody wants. This is something that really has benefits for NPOs themselves, for donors, for regulators and auditors. So this is what INPAS looks like. I have brought with me a 3D illustration. This is the actual book, INPAS, and this is the practice guide. You can see it's much smaller. So INPAS itself is about 300 pages. Now that might sound quite a lot, but that full of IFRS is over 10,000 pages. So this is a real reduction in terms of a digestible amount of guidance to apply. And also I should say that if a whole section doesn't apply to you, then you don't have to read it. It's really driven by your transactions and the complexity of an NPO's operations. If you have complex things going on, INPAS can provide guidance for that. If your organization is very simple, your accounts will look very simple. So it's not like you have to read every page of it. It depends on your organization. Now, this other part is the bit that's really unusual for a non-profit, for a financial reporting standard. INPAS is about your whole of entity year-end accounts, the things that you would file with the regulator, right? But 90%, well, that's a bit of a random percentage, I've plucked it from the air, but let's just say a lot of effort of financial reporting time and energy of a non-profit is actually churning out month-end donor reports in different formats. And time again, over the 6 years of our development process, people told us, yes, it's good that we've got an entity-wide financial reporting standard, but the real pain point is grant reporting. We even got this from a large international study in 2014. They had responses from 659 people in 179 countries. It's a major study. And 72% of those said that an international standard would be very important, and they agreed with the need for it. Now, when you dove in, if you do a deep dive into what people were talking about when they said, yes, we want an international standard, you can tell that some of them weren't actually talking about entity-wide financial reporting. They were talking about an international standard for grant reporting. So in 2023, we developed a working group to work with this, together with the donor reference group of a number of international donors, to come up with this. So they are linked together. So the main INPAS has a section, H4, which says, if you are adopting the practice guide, then here are some disclosures that you need to have that will create that link. And the practice guide itself refers back to INPAS. Now, clearly, they've got a very different adoption pathways, which I'll come to later. But they are two discrete documents that speak to each other. So as I said, they can be used together, and they're designed to be used together, and the main benefits come when they're used together, but they can also be used one without the other. The key benefit for donors in using the Practice Guide 1 with their grantees is that there's this link between them, that you can see how does my grant fit into the financial statements as a whole. And that's a very big assurance benefit for donors. So in PAS itself, the adoption is driven by governments, and I'll talk a bit later in our panel about which governments are already looking to adopt it, whereas Practice Guide 1 is driven by grant makers and donors. So what we've got here is a really surprising win-win. On the one hand, we are improving the quality and the reliability of financial reports. Now, that normally comes with increased burden, and you associate improved quality with increased burden. And which NPO in the room goes, yeah, give me more work? No, nobody wants that. The upside is that if we get harmonization of grant reporting, this is a reduction in burden. And again, let me not be sort of naive. Adopting any new standard is a one-time adoption hump, and there will be a one-time burden of adopting INPAS and even PG1. But if you look back, 8 years, 10 years in the future, and you look back, you'll see that the amount of work is greatly reduced. This is a long game. Many people I've spoken to over the last 6 years have just said, you mean there isn't already a standard? Surely it exists. It's never been there. The best time to plant a tree is 10 years ago. The best time for a standard is now. President Timothy mentioned that the standard was developed by CIPFA and Humentum under the IFR for NPO project. And many people ask me, well, why wasn't the standard developed by the IFRS Foundation or the International Accounting Standards Board? They are the body that develops international accounting standards. And we asked them to. They did a consultation in 2015 on their 15 to 22 strategy, and we sponsored, a response to that strategy consultation. And the ISB said they had never had more responses than to this one question, which was, should we develop a standard for nonprofits? The overwhelming answer was yes, but when they sat to discuss it, they said, unfortunately, we can't. We don't have the mandate. We don't have the resources. We exist to make sure that the international investor community has capital markets and, in shares and all those kinds of big companies. That's what they exist for. This would be a distraction. So the fact that they couldn't do it, but they said, we acknowledge that it's needed, and we will, bless you, go off and do it if you want to do it. So that's why we founded the IFR for NPO project in 2019. And that project ended in October 25 with the publication of INPAS. That was its goal, and a project has an end. But a standard is not a one-time document. It's not a one-time piece of paper that you can download. It needs a governance structure. A government won't adopt a standard as a piece of paper. You adopt the maintenance and the ability to ask people about it and everything else. So that's why we created the International Nonprofit Reporting Foundation. Now, this is effectively the world's third accounting standard setter. We have the International Public Sector Accounting Standards Board under IFAC, does government standards. We have the International Accounting Standards Board under the IFRS Foundation that does companies, and now we have the INPRF, and we will be setting up a standards board ourselves next time we do a revision of INPAS, which is very, very cool. We're like a very, very baby sister, very baby sibling of the IASB. And the project handed over two things. One is the IP to the documents itself, which is obviously very important, the intellectual property. Lawyers in the room, you'll understand. And the second is the community that we've built over 6 years. It's now over 18,000 people in 169 countries that are engaged with this project. This hasn't been a couple of people sitting somewhere in an office, you know, writing something. This has been a massive global movement to input to these accounting standards. The Accounting Standards Board obviously have a huge stakeholder base. People want to engage with them, but they have been looking at our engagement and feedback, and they've been honestly flabbergasted. So it's been really exciting to see the engagement from the community. Now, INPAS is built on IFRS for SMEs. And in fact, I can show you on the inside cover, if you recognize these logos, this is the logo of the IFRS Foundation and the logo of IFAC. They have given us the licenses to use their existing material. That's brilliant, because if INPAS was built from scratch, from a blank piece of paper, it wouldn't feel as familiar. It wouldn't feel as grounded in professional norms that's necessary for the profession, for the accountancy profession. So this means that if I'm a new accountant studying in university, I can study IFRS, I can study IPSAS, I can study INPAS, and they've got a common framework, they've got a common set of languages. It also means that when a non-profit is doing a normal transaction that isn't specifically unique to an NPO, you don't have to go to INPAS just for your NPO specific things and then go to IFRS for a normal other transaction. You've got everything in one place, okay? But what we've done is really think about what's the purpose of financial statements? What's the conceptual foundation of what information is needed? Who are the stakeholders and what do they want to find? We've looked at what were the gaps in IFRS for SMEs that meant that so many people wanted a new standard. And we've developed new material, we've amended existing material. We couldn't amend everything, so within 6 years sounds like a long time, but in the world of standard development, that is Formula One. I mean, that is really, really fast. And we couldn't do everything. So we got a long list of topics that needed addressing. There were 22 issues. And with consultation, a large public consultation in 2020, we picked 10 that were the top issues. And those are the ones that have been fully amended and addressed in INPAS. Other sections that could do with some more work but weren't top priority have been edited just to make sure they're internally consistent. If a change in one section requires a change in another, we've made sure that that's done, but some of those sections haven't been fully reviewed. So INPAS edition 2, maybe 5 years' time, will be plugging those additional gaps. I'll give you an example, endowments. Endowment income, big deal in the UK, in the US. It wasn't seen as globally as high priority as just normal grant income. So that's for later. It's important, but it wasn't top priority. Oh, that's clever. What happened there? Can you help me undo that? I don't know what I did. Maybe it was that. No? Sorry. Could you help me go to... Thank you. Okay. We'll go there for now. If you can turn it back to presentation mode, that would be fantastic. Yeah, so just some of the numbers, just to show what an exciting journey this has been. This has been $4 million over 6 years for the IFR for NPO project. It was funded by the Ford Foundation, the OSF Foundation, and the Oak Foundation in Wellspring. We had one major consultation paper in 2020, 3 exposure drafts. That's when you issue a first draft of a document for public consultation. 1 final standard. 357 organizations and individuals from 61 countries provided input. And when I say input, I don't just mean voted for something. They went through all the questions and submitted really detailed, considered responses. One of those 357 was a response from Ethiopia, which was the result of 2 weeks of workshops and sort of 58 people inputting. Like, there's some real detailed and in-depth work has gone on. 5,000 hours plus of donated professional time, which I have to say includes Kenneth Makanga, who served on the practitioner advisory group. This has been a major project. Here are some of the donors on our advisory group. USAID was very involved from the beginning until they disappeared. They were very big champions of this, and they even amended their regulations to reference a future standard that hadn't yet been adopted. And just to show that how East Africa has been really at the forefront of this, and Uganda. So the 549 responses from 86 countries, you can see the blue one there, 27% is from Eastern and Southern Africa. And Uganda is actually the biggest. So can you just have, clap for that? Thank you very much. But this is global. This is not just East Africa. It's literally across the world. And not just the regional diversity, but the sector stakeholders is also really important. We've been hearing from auditors, from professional accounting organizations, NPOs themselves, standard setters, donors, and regulators. So you might be wanting to know what's new, what's in INPAS that isn't in IFRS for SMEs. So one is a definition of what an NPO is. That's in section A1. There's a whole section on a narrative report, which is a necessary accompaniment to the financials. And that's so important. If you're a company, you can look at the financials and they kind of tell you what you need to know. For a non-profit, without the context of your mission and what you're achieving, the numbers really are very secondary. I mentioned fund accounting. This is the first time there are international definitions and requirements of how to show fund accounting in your books. There's some very important advice on how to recognize grant income. Now, this is going to be one of the biggest changes because some organizations decide to, I don't want to get too technical for the non-accountants, but just hold on for a second, defer revenue until you've spent it so that you have a sort of zero bottom line. That is no longer a default position in INPAS. There's some more, you have to look more carefully at your grant agreement. Restrictions on their own don't allow deferral. So that's important. There's a section on expenses and how to, some disclosures. There is freedom to use natural or functional or a mixed presentation, but there's some disclosures about things like fundraising costs and support costs that are necessary. There's guidance on how to account for when you make grants to others. When do you recognize it as an expense? When you sign the contract, when you send the money, when they've accounted for it. Again, there's been a real variety of practice around the world. There's now guidance. Fundraising costs, interestingly, is not just the cost of raising grants and donations, which is what you'd think of. It also now covers, if you're lucky enough to be sitting on an asset pot and you've invested it and you're generating income from it, which would be a rare privilege for most of us, but is the reality for many non-profits around the world. Even those costs of that investment portfolio come into fundraising costs. And if you're doing income generating activities, the costs of that generating that income that serves your mission is also under fundraising costs. So it's not just the cost of grants, it's the costs of generating funds, put it that way. And this, I think, is important because it shows, are you investing in generating other types of funds? Or are you just waiting for grants? Because as we know, strategically, that's not going to be the future. And finally, there's a new section on how to link information in your main accounts to the grant report. Now, I know I'm out of time, so I'm going to quickly go through this. So the current situation is that the whole of entity accounts aren't necessarily meeting the needs of a range of stakeholders, and they're variable, hence that kind of nebulous cloud shape. And the grant reports are different from each other. That's why we've got a diamond, a triangle, and an oval, and they're not connected. Within PAS, we get consistent financial reports that do meet the needs of stakeholders. We get harmonized grant reports and a bridge between the two. And people often ask, how on earth can you flatten or simplify the necessary richness and complexity of different grants and different grant reports? They're all doing different things. How do you do that? This was one of the biggest sort of challenges and took 2 years to unravel. What we've done is, if you think about, let's imagine this is a budget of $100,000, direct costs of 75 and indirect costs of 25. And you can see here a range of different activities, outputs, if you like, tree planting, vaccination, whatever. And you could imagine even there might be much more granular. Very important, but impossible to harmonize at this sort of level. It's never going to be the same from one organization to the next or even over time. But if you think of reporting on inputs, what are you spending your money on, that you can harmonize around. So these headings are the headings in Practice Guide 1, employment, travel, supplies, etc. And this will look very similar to the USAID, or it looks very similar to most grant reports. That's the thing. So that's really how we've done it. This is what it looks like, and crucially there's a column for the same period as the financial statements, the same accounting policies, and the same measurement criteria, so that this column for one grant can be seen as one row in this note in the accounts. So this is a new note that's required in the accounts. It's called a movement in funds note. And each material grant or group of grants, it depends obviously on the size and the organization. But this way you can have one note in the accounts, and those same numbers can show up on the grant report. Now, obviously, that's a problem because different currencies, different periods, what have you. So in addition to that main column, you can also add a column for donor currency or donor budget. You can split it into different periods, and you can show different funding sources. So there's a lot of flexibility about additional columns to enable those donor reporting needs to be met. And I'm into my last 30 seconds, whoever's watching the clock. So really, we're constantly under pressure as nonprofits to do more with less. And that's really what InPAS is about. It's like, let's get all this financial complexity out of the way. Let's simplify it, standardize it, so that we can know what we're doing. We can be all kicking to the same goal and focus on what matters most. So for NPOs, we've got simplified and standardized financial reporting, easier to measure and manage financial sustainability. This is crucial because you quite often can't see this from IFRS financial statements. What are my unrestricted funds? What's my donor income ratio? What's my survival ratio? These are non-profit specific ratios that you can't find in IFRS financial statements, but you will be able to find in InPAS. For funders, confidence in the financial integrity of their grantee organizations, facilitating informed funding decisions and streamlined accountability. So the funders that have adopted this, some of the reasons that they are saying they like it is that it will be so much easier for their grantees to produce quicker, more accurate financial grant reports, less Excel spreadsheets and adjustments and things outside the ledger. For regulators, and we have them in the room, for strengthening civil society space and sector oversight. Some of you, I'm sure, are aware of the FATF Recommendation 8, the terrorism financing. That talks about building a culture, an a regulatory space where there is transparency and oversight. So financial statements are an important part of that. And of course, for auditors, a clear and consistent framework. So these are things you can do. Access InPAS and PG1, they're available on the website. You can watch various videos. We're still producing more, but there's one that's quite handy, which is an illustrative financial statements video. Oh, you can join the community of practice. We've got one for NPOs looking to do early adoption of INPAS. So join the and sign up for the monthly newsletter. Here are all the links. I'm sure this presentation will be shared, so the links are all in there. So with that, let me say thank you so much again for this opportunity, and I look forward to our panel coming up.
Thank you very much, Samantha, for guiding us through what INPAS is all about and how you move through that journey. I want to welcome our online community. I have been fully informed that on Zoom we are over 250 plus, and on YouTube we are 100 plus, making it about 350. So I want to, clap for the online viewers, clap for them. Thank you very much for joining us and being part of the Symposium 2026. This one is not for the online viewers, the physical people that are here. I want to remind you that breakfast is available. So if you walked in and you haven't had, please go and partake. Online viewers, you cannot travel from home to come and partake. Even when you're close by town, please keep it online. Let's maintain the relationship. Samantha, you said that, first of all, I must admit that I struggled to follow, but largely because my role here, I'm not a lawyer, I'm not a legal practitioner, nor am I an accountant. I am just a host. But it made it worse when you went into NPO A1, expense D1, funding accountant B8, supplementary info H4. I just told myself, that's not why you are here. Yeah, I'm sure the ones you were telling, they've 100% understood what's going on. But just to be sure, the document is 300 pages. Yeah, I'll continue talking. And you said that standard time, 6 years is Formula 1. 6 years, Formula 1. Wow. But well done. I think you deserve a big clap for coming up with So I'm sure that now all of us can appreciate the standard and what it looks like. I love one of the things that I got from your presentation, that it's not a magic bullet. Now here in Uganda, many of us are following what is happening in Iran. And so when you talk about magic bullet, we click very well. But I love the fact that you mentioned that it allows us align in terms of clarity of our operations, improved quality of reporting, and also standardizing our reporting procedures. But I also love the fact that you laid foundation to our next panel that is going to dig deep into understanding the impact of INPAS to reporting landscape for the NGOs in Uganda and the common reporting pitfalls. So our next panel that is going to do a deep dive into analyzing this space is a panel of experienced accountants. We will have a regulator perspective, a standard setter perspective, and then a practitioner perspective. So all these have had an input in creating the standard, and these are going to be moderated by Ewan Moses. Please allow me to introduce Moses, who is the head of audit at BDO East Africa, with over 15 years of experience in audit and assurance. He has a strong expertise in financial reporting, compliance, and governance, and has worked extensively with NGOs and not-for-profit organizations across Uganda and in the region. Before joining BDO, he served as an audit manager at PwC. Moses is a qualified certified public accountant and a member of SCCA UK, and holds a bachelor's degree in statistics and applied economics of Makerere University. Moses, bachelor's degree in statistics. People clap for Moses because, yeah. I have a friend who did that course. It almost took his life. And that's why I chose not to go that direction. Please join me in welcoming the moderator for our panel.
Okay, fair enough. So thank you once again. Good morning, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I take this opportunity to welcome my panelists who have a wealth of experience and are going to help us do a deep dive into the subject and why we're here in this room. You'll agree with me that this is one of the new developments in this space for the not-for-profits. And if I was to pose a question to the room, if you typically look at an internationally funded, what we call an INGO in Uganda, how many financial reporting formats do you think in a year they would author? 5? 2? If you guess anywhere between 15, 10, then you're spot on, because each donor comes with their own reporting formats, their own deadlines, and the nuances around that. And this situation was exacerbated by the fact that there was previously no standard. The profits sector had the IFRS for as long as I was born, but here we are today. So welcome with me, CPA Charles Lutim. Hand clap for him. CPA Kenneth Makanga as well. And our very own CPA Samantha. Yes. And because it's a 30-minute session, allow me to also take my seat. So, some of the panelists don't need introductions. Let me start with the regulatory perspective. CPA Charles, you have been the Uganda champion for INPAS, and your role as a technical director makes you well placed. So, can you please tell the audience what that role entails, and what specifically convinced you that the not-for-profit space needed its own accounting standard?
Thank you so much, Moses. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's really an honor to be here and share the perspective of NPO from a regulatory angle. Indeed, when thoughts came about designing and coming up with this particular framework, I was appointed as the country champion. And my role was really very, very simple. The general role was around bringing you people together in as far as mobilizing and calling for commentary, but also giving a perspective that ties to what happens within this jurisdiction. When we talk about standard setting, usually these standards are international pronouncements. The discussions may be done somewhere in Switzerland, somewhere in the UK, and those who that participate in this may give their own perspectives. But the role of really bringing this back home is that we need to see how these standards would relate to activities and affairs as Uganda is concerned. And ladies and gentlemen, that principally formed my fundamental role. We constituted what we call a national working group that ably participated in all of the exposure drafts as they were issued. And it also oversaw the consultations we were making, the surveys we were running, and those managing that entire thoughtful process, engaging with your people was very, very handy. What motivated this? As an institute, Sam has hinted on this. Somewhere in 2015, from an international perspective, when we were having discussions around whether the IFRS Foundation should embark on a pronouncement, and as far as NPO reporting is concerned, they pulled out with an excuse that really the agenda was more focused at profit-oriented entities. They wished to satisfy intentions of the investor, intentions of the lender, intentions of that capital provider, which was not the mandate of the mandate and purpose of NPOs. So when the zeal to tackle this was disbanded at the international level, back home we thought maybe we could do something that is homemade. In 2016, ICPA attempted to do a framework for Uganda NPO reporting. Somewhere as we are doing it, our brothers in Kenya also came up with one for the public, for the general public, public entities in 2017. But all in all, this came to a standstill when we had this development that something was coming up, a baseline or some sort of baseline that would act as an international start point for NPO reporting. Based on that, we embraced the activity, fully participated in it, and I'm happy to report that when you look at our commentary and what eventually forms the standard, I wish to report that much of your input was incorporated into this particular standard.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. We'll park that thought there. I want to turn over to someone who has been at the other end of the table, a fellow practitioner, Kenneth. So you've been auditing NGOs for the past couple of years across East Africa, but what is interesting is you also helped in the formulation of the standard that we are dissecting. Could you tell the audience what the experience was like sitting in the room, setting the standard, and contributing to some of the thematic areas, especially given your experience of the issues?
Thanks, Moses. I think for starters, I need to clarify that our discussions were happening online. So I was not sitting in a room. But anyway, to give a bit of context, my involvement with INPAS was when I was nominated to be the part of the practitioners advisory group, and I was nominated by a forum of firms, basically a forum of top 6 networked professional services firms in the world. When Humantam reached out to them to really have an auditor's perspective in this group. So I was nominated to be part of the practitioner advisory group. And for the last 5 years, actually, when they said this, the horizon is 5 years, I was wondering whether I would be alive when they pronounced this thing. But like Sama said, 5 years ran off so quickly. So the experience was humbling and satisfying at the same time. Humbling in a way that this group was composed of ladies and gentlemen from the various parts of the world with experience of auditing, accounting, and as well as really being part of NPOs. So it was a diverse group. And for me, it was satisfying in a way that as an auditor that has participated in audits of financial statements for NPOs, as well as grant-specific reports, it was troubling that in that audit report, you could not mention a framework that was globally understood. Actually, for me, it was it was a bit troubling when I was a youngster starting the audit that ideal NPO, everybody expects that accounting is basic, okay? And when you're young in an audit firm, the people who are auditing NGOs, you're taken on to be serious, if I can say so. But you jump from one NGO, they are quoting different rules. Then you go to another one, you have to study another rule. Another guy is writing off vehicles. You go to another NPO, they say, we don't have revenue. We first spend and then recognize revenue. And it was just troubling that when it comes to financial statement of NPOs, they were not universal, comparability was, and that audit report to achieve a fair presentation was missing. So to be part of the conversation and shape and actually share those nuances as the standard was being crafted was very satisfying. And I'm very happy and very proud to say that this product that has come out has had voices from different practitioners, and my role was just to share those experiences from an auditor perspective as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Kenneth. We have earmarked you for signing off NGO reports. I know you're transitioning from the audit space, but we will check on you once in a while. So over to someone who has lived and breathed the standard for the past 6 years. Samantha, you've been quoted saying, quote unquote, the financial reporting landscape for non-profits is massively inefficient, burdensome, and wasteful. Those are very strong words, but wearing the hats you do, I understand where that's coming from. But could you tell me from your experience in Uganda, any experiences or instances that crystallized the need to actually have a dedicated standard for the sector?
Thank you for that question. Before I answer it, let me just first clarify that Kenneth Mukanga was one of 3 auditors in the entire world selected by the Forum of Firms to sit on the Practitioner Advisory Group. So don't imagine this is some small thing. It's a big deal. So thank you, Kenneth. So for me personally, when I first came to Uganda, I'd qualified as an auditor in the UK. I was a chartered accountant, England and Wales, and I studied the UK standard for charities, which is called the SORP, the Statement of Recommended Practice. And I specifically specialized in charity audits. So when I flew over to Kampala at age 26 on my one-way flight, and I started working at Carstania Sims, I thought I knew a thing or two about accounts, about non-profit accounts. And I was looking, as my first audit, I'm there as an audit senior, and I was looking at the financial statements of this non-profit organization from the previous year. That's where you start, right? Looking at last year's accounts. And I was looking at them and thinking, what? What are they doing? I don't want to get too technical, sorry, Moses, but the difference between the balance sheets isn't even explained by the income statement. This thing doesn't even balance. I don't understand what I'm reading. So I'm looking at it, and with my UK eyes, I'd only been here 10 minutes, my UK eyes, I'm looking at these financial statements, and I thought, now, either they're incompetent or they're hiding something, right? It made me distrust the organization because of looking at the numbers, right? Now, I later met them, obviously, during the audit and found out nothing could be further from the truth. They were fantastic people doing fantastic work. They just provided the TB to the auditors prepared the financial statements, they didn't even really understand them. It was just a tick box exercise. So the financial statements are supposed to build trust, and they did the precise opposite. They undermined trust, they asked more questions, they created more questions than they answered. And from that moment, I thought, wow, this is really broken, but hey, what can I do about it? Nothing. So that's where it started, 2001.
Well, thank you, Samantha. We have definitely had 3 vantage points of what the actual problem is, and I think that's a powerful statement. But Samantha, if I was just to follow through with, where building onto what you have just stated, if you look at the impasse, what are the critical 2 or 3 problems you think for not-for-profits it's specifically meant or designed to solve?
Well, I think the first is this fragmentation issue that I talked about earlier and Kenneth has referred to. Yep. This just inconsistency and fragmentation within countries, between donors, and bringing together something that's unified will really be a big issue. This grant reporting disconnect, I think, is the other major problem, where grantors can't see how their grant fits into the entity as a whole, and even how boards and trustees can't sometimes get a sense of the organization as a whole, because there's so much focus on the grant sub-elements that you don't see the whole. And then I think the third has been really the gaps in the IFRS. that just silent on fund accounting and grant recognition, as you've said, which leads to a world where everybody does what they think is right in their own eyes. And some of these answers aren't wrong. There just was no central place to say what is the best way that's going to be consistent.
Yeah. No, thank you. Turning over to Kenneth, quickly just to build on that thought as well. You've been in many audit rooms. Do you agree with that diagnosis? And for lack of a better word, does that reflect a Chiriku ground?
Absolutely. And I think just to add a bit of color to what Samantha has said, linkage of really donor-specific reports to the entity-wide financial reports was always a hot issue. I remember there's a time when DGF, one of the funding basket, was still around. The donors came together and said, how do we solve this problem? And they had the creative one and said, now, since BDO you have the mandate of auditing all our funds for the projects where we send for, let's mobilize all donors in that specific entity so that when you do the project audits, you can mash them up together and see if they add up to the entities. Like you could see the challenge they were saying, these reports that are specific to us, how do we reconcile them to the entity-wide financials, to the extent that they had to mobilize. Say, this organization has 4 donors, we have talked to them, all of them, you have the mandate from them, you go and audit and make sure that when you add up everything, it adds up to the entity-wide financial statements. Because there is no way you could reconcile, even in cases where they went ahead and said you have to have a specific bank account, then they have these support costs that come from another place. How do you link these support costs to be part of our costs? So it has always been a challenge, that linkage. And then lastly, I think the other aspect that Sam has talked about is revenue recognition. One entity would get, year end is 31st December, they get $1 million on 29th, and they bang it in there as revenue. Cash received. And you see this massive surplus. And you say, oh, these guys are efficient. They manage their resources very well. Then another person will say, this is not revenue, it is for next year. It has come in a day before. And when you look at those two, because that's their policy, you cannot even challenge them. So that inconsistent revenue recognition, the support cost allocation, linkage, were common pitfalls that you could find across in this sector. And actually, for a smart reviewer, when you are presenting audit report, you had to have your responses around those 3. Otherwise, you are going to look like a fake auditor.
Turning over to the regulator's chair, Mr. Charles, of course, regulating the accounting practices in Uganda, I have a pertinent question. So when you look at the financial reporting for NGOs or non-profits as we refer to it, would you comment on the quality? How has the quality been over the years? And has the NGO sector been of particular concern for ICPAU?
Thank you, Moses. Ladies and gentlemen, in 2011, the Institute started what we call a Financial Reporting Awards. And in the Financial Reporting Awards, we encourage entities, including NGOs, to take part by simply submitting your financial reports. We have them reviewed, and then we give you feedback. Part of our inaugural evaluation team was Samantha, I'm seated with here. And I remember after the first review, we had to sit and have big debate around the reporting that we were seeing in NGOs. What were we seeing? We were seeing some of you were using IFRS for SMEs. Some of you are using the IPSAS, the public sector standard. Some of you had carried on the full IFRS. That burden, even with the many mistakes you are making. And a couple of you are coming up with very, very unique and alien donor reporting requirements. And ladies and gentlemen, based on that, we saw there was a very, very big difference It was not possible for you to compare. It was not possible for you to assess compliance, and issues of consistency were really a problem. But all in all, you would see the quality of financial reporting within the sector lacking. And what we were only worried of was how was the regulator your regulator perceiving or assessing these different reports with the different reporting frameworks. Remember, the SME is really for the small and medium. The full IFRS is really profit-oriented. You are not profit-oriented. The IPSAS is for public sector. You're not a public sector, but these are the frameworks that you are embodying into your reporting dichotomy. So the quality was really wanting, and then the discussion, that's where we picked on with Sam, the discussion on whether really having something that mainstream, something that acts as a base for the entire sector would be a key aspect.
Thanks, Charles. Since you still have the talking mic, I think the question everyone in the room has is, what is the pathway for adoption? Is it going to be voluntary adoption, mandatory adoption, or a hybrid approach? And what are some of the timelines you expect people to fall in line?
That is a very big question. I know as I was even getting into the room, I had a couple of people asking about that. But what I need to alert the audience, when you look at the standard itself leaves the mandate of jurisdictional adoption to jurisdictional players. And as far as the Accountants Act is concerned, really that mandate of issuance and adoption of such international pronouncements is with ICPA, is with the CPA Uganda. So we have kick-started the adoption process, or what you would call a roadmap. What I may share with you is not really conclusive, because our due process requires us to come back to you. You validate the roadmap before we really take pronouncements on whatever direction we've taken. We don't want to embrace things that will be burdensome for you, the implementers. So what we are doing now is the rationale will not change. Really, it will not change from the objectives of the standard. The desire really to have transparency, credibility, user information, good user information for decision making. Those will stand as our rationale. When it comes to jurisdictional specificities, there are aspects that we shall look at, and like I said, we shall need to get back to you. In the standard, there is an issue on extent of disclosure of what you may purport to be a sensitive information. Mm-hmm. So as far as Uganda is concerned, you, the players, what do you think would be deemed as sensitive information? What would you love to be disclosed, and what wouldn't you love to be disclosed? Those are some of the jurisdictional specificities that we may need to look at, not forgetting automatically the item of the narrative reporting, for example, in as far as sustainability of the NGOs are concerned. But we are thinking about a phased approach of adoption. I know we are NPOs, but we are NPOs of different sizes in terms of our mandate, our reach, sizes in terms of the grants we get, sizes in terms of our capacity. We don't believe that we should have an all-size-fits-all adoption. So expect a phased approach of adoption. But like I said, we shall still come back to you, and you will validate if that is what you think would take us journeys. As we talk about a phased approach of adoption, there may be application reliefs. An NGO that is really at sub-county level should not carry on a reporting burden as an NGO that is a cross-border. So we are saying there may be some application reliefs, but like I said, we shall still get back to you and you validate that. And lastly, in the interest of time, where we have a phased approach of adoption. Now, to the auditors in the house, expect a phased assurance approach. A phased assurance approach simply speaks into the one who adopted mandatorily first is likely to be exposed to auditing first. But like I said, these are the thoughts we have. We want the roadmap to be out by the first half of the year, and the roadmap will be all in one. We shall have guidance. We shall have guidance on the standard itself, but also guidance on the practice guidance within the same. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Charles. And Samantha, turning over to you. You agree with me that INPAS covers many thematic areas, but for an NGO finance person hearing this in the room for the first time, what are those one or two things you think will impact their day-to-day work and they'll be required to change?
That's a really good question. So I spent most of my career not in standard setting, but in non-profit finance, actually being a non-profit finance person. And if I think about the things that are likely to be the biggest changes, it really depends on where you're starting, right? So if we're going to an end point, where you're starting really defines your journey. But from what I've seen, I think some of the most common might be capitalization of assets that you've previously written off. So looking at your asset register and getting those values and getting them into your accounts. Recognition of donations in kind. Many organizations have donated gifts, items, maybe medical equipment or supplies or time. And INPAS has guidance about recognizing and disclosing that. So that might be a new thing that you need to start tracking. I think one of the most sort of knotty areas will be the expenditure section of your chart of accounts. Mapping that maybe to the headings in PG1, thinking about if I've got to disclose, fundraising costs or support costs, how do I do my cost allocation? And certainly fund accounting. Many of you are already doing fund accounting in one way or another because you need it for your grant reporting anyway, but the distinction between grant reporting and project accounting. So I think that whole area of sort of coding of expenses is going to be one of the sort of really technical areas that you can get work on. And then I think one of the most interesting ones is because there's this narrative report that requires, like for donor reports, it requires programs and finance to work together. This isn't something the accountants can produce on their own. This is a whole of organization senior leadership efforts to produce the narrative report. So I think that will be one of the other sort of the ways it will feel different maybe on a day-to-day.
Yeah. Those are some interesting thoughts. Kenneth, being a practitioner and given your firm will be auditing some of these compliance with the INPAS when it's finally adopted, what are some of the practical shifts you think organizations need to do right now when it comes to preparation of financial statements to make sure they are ready for INPAS adoption?
Thanks, Moses. I actually concur with some. I think for me, those three areas, if you've been practically operating on a cash or modified cash basis, it will be important to start thinking accrual, full accrual, as the accounting concept to follow, so that it's not you ability to spend. That's when you start recording your transactions. That shift needs to start happening, and probably even a mindset, and that might require you modifying your chart of accounts to include those elements that have probably previously been expensed off but need to be capitalized. But the other element that Samantha talked about that is passionate for me, and why passionate is when I started really working with NPOs, one fascinating thing that I just loved to read were their annual reports. They're not connected to the financial reports, but those annual reports had interesting stories, okay? There is one that was dealing in what I will never forget. Like they narrated, they dug one borehole in the sub-county, and they could show the grass was greener, the women were more healthy, the men are happy. Like you could read what this one borehole, the impact it did. But when you would go to the financial report, you could hardly find the borehole. So I think for me, this standard, it is time now for us in terms of narrative reporting to start working together, the finance people and the program people, with this guidance, the numbers need to start speaking the language that you've been hiding in annual reports. The numbers are speaking different things. The annual reports have nice pictures of the impacts. So starting to make sure that you work your way to make sure that the true reports in the narrative reporting are happening is a good transition to start from. And it tells a nice story, by the way. It's a good fund mobilization and the transparency aspect to work on. I will submit.
And thank you, Kenneth. That's also an interesting conversation down that line. We have had what needs to change, but I want to address the elephant in the room, and it's a question that may be being asked without being asked. So we have the impasse coming in. NGOs already are reporting to, different donors. They have to report to the NGO Bureau. If you look at their corporate governance structures, within their organizations, there's different reporting requirements and the likes. Now, Samantha, I want you to convince the room. Is this impasse just going to add an additional layer of burden or red tape to financial reporting? And Kenneth, I want you to object if you disagree with that thought, and we'll hear from Charles what his regulatory perspective is.
Well, if it does make everything worse, I'm going to pack up and quit everything because I've worked in your shoes. My whole goal and the thing that and Kenneth has heard it time and time again in the discussions we've had at international level. This needs to be simple enough, relevant enough to make the world better, make this easier. So this is not about just adding another layer. This is replacing a patchwork with something consistent and coordinated. There's never been an international center of gravity, if you like, of where to look. So before, there've been donors that wanted to harmonize, but you get 5 of them harmonized together. Well, that's going to achieve nothing. Now there's finally, for the first time, one sort of international place that anybody who wants to do the international thing can look to. So have to be realistic, though. This isn't going to, this isn't snap your fingers, wake up tomorrow, and we suddenly instantly move from fragmented nightmare to, we're all doing the same thing. This is a journey, and you're living through history, accounting history. But in 10 years' time, you'll be able to look back and say, wow.
Kenneth, less than 30 seconds. Do you agree with that thought?
How can I disagree with Samantha? I think Samantha put it very well, that the dividends will come not in the short term. In the long term, we'll be able to reap those dividends. But what is true in the short term, there will be some pains, there will be some discomfort. For sure, if you're an NPO who has been preparing financials in Excel, which is basically picking your bank statement, because if you're an NPO, if you really want to make sure you don't attract auditor query, fund balance equals cash balance. You're done. That's probably not going to work anymore with impasse. You need to make some modifications. You need to really make some investment in some systems to monitor accrual. Now, some NPOs are very smart. They expense assets, but they keep a fixed assets register. Now, that fixed assets has to be reconciled now back to the financial statement. So those discomforts will be there, but they are probably important, and the dividends will be seen not only in transparent numbers, but the trust between the funders and the organization in the long run will be worth it.
Thank you, Kenneth. Charles, in the interest of time, I know you agree with the previous speaker. So I will just ask one last question. What is one thing that people in this room need to start doing from now on just to get ready? So we'll start in the order of Charles, Kenneth, and then Samantha, you wrap it up.
I think what we need to do as players in the sector is to equip ourselves. Let's equip ourselves with the knowledge that is required. I know there is always that fear. When new things come about, we wonder about capacities, we wonder about competences and what have you. But we've been told the impasse has been grounded on IFRS FSMEs, which you have interacted with as finance people. It has been grounded on the full IFRS concept, the IPSAS concept. So what we need to do is to really equip ourselves, look out for such opportunities of interaction. I know at a regulatory level, my CEO is seated with Mr. Okello here. They're already discussing on how to think. The Act requires you NGOs, the NGO Act requires you to prepare your books based on a gap. And we are saying, once ICPO comes up and says the pronouncement now is the gap in as far as this jurisdiction is concerned for NGOs is impasse, then it's just you now to embrace it. But we are saying we don't want just to have a regulatory take over the practice. We need to sit and have a discussion on what you think is applicable within impasse, what you think is non-applicable, and that will form part of the roadmap that will simplify our life thereafter. Thank you.
Thank you. Charles, thank you, Charles. Kenneth?
Yeah, I think I agree with Charles. I think for me, if you're in this room and you impasse was something that was alien, just start from there. Take interest. Let's read those systems that we need to, the quick wins, starting moving closer to accrual. I think for me, those are the practical steps that you can take, but getting interested on the contents in what is in the standard and making sure that you prepare your organizations and having the debates on the things you need to change from an internal control and the system perspective is a nice, process to start embarking on.
Okay. Thank you, Kenneth. Last but not least, Samantha.
Really simple one. Get your pen out and write down this website. www. I'm waiting for you to get your pens. I for international, N for non, P for profit, R for reporting, F for foundation.org. www.inprf.org. There's loads of free resources. You can sign up for the newsletter. You can download the standards. You can watch some videos. You can be less scared if you're feeling scared. I hope you're not feeling scared. This isn't coming tomorrow. Countries that have already made adoption announcements, we're looking at 29. This isn't coming tomorrow. There is time. So don't panic, but do become engaged and aware.
Thank you, Samantha. That's really a powerful way to end. I know I'm being harassed for time, but what is a panel discussion without opening it up to you, the audience? In the interest of time, I want someone with just one burning question that they want to direct to any of the panel members here. Just one question that you think needs to be asked now. What has been sitting on your mind? Otherwise, we can still engage on this topic and, expound all the different thematic areas, nuances, and the likes. Questions around capacity. Are we all happy that the accountants in this room have what it takes to adopt impasse?
Thank you, everyone. Good morning. Thanks to the panel members. It's been insightful, and thanks to you, Samantha, for the presentation. It was very enlightening. It's not a question, but sorry, my name is Sharon, but I'm Lisa. I work with FSD Uganda. It's not a question, but Samantha alluded to it. When we are doing the roadmap, we need to be mindful there. I know maybe we're going to talk about it, but there's ESG reporting coming in. So when Charles was speaking about issuing the roadmap, I was thinking, okay, I hope they kind of don't collide too much, because we are trying to navigate that, how we're going to do ESG reporting, and now then there is this. So it's just for us to be mindful of that. So thank you.
Thank you so much. We have come to the end of our panel discussion. I want you to join me in a round of applause, just thanking our panelists for their insight. And an even bigger clap for yourselves for being such a good audience. Last but not least, round of applause for myself. I think I've survived this session. So thank you all, and we'll continue the discussion.
Okay. Just a minute. Before you leave, we have some plaques for you, and we would and allow me invite MP, not member of parliament, but managing partner, Ernest, to come. You first appreciate the moderator for engaging and really doing a good job. Can we appreciate the moderator one more time? I think this is when we use words like in no particular order. Yeah. This one is for Samantha. This is for Kenneth. And then finally, Charles. I meant to call you. Yeah, thank you very much. All right. Can we once again appreciate the panel that has talked about reporting the landscape? I think that what has come out clear in the conversation that Samantha laid foundation to, the panel that has just completed to discuss the reporting landscape, what is clear is that you people have been doing the way you want. So some of you have been driving on the left while others are driving on the right, others are driving in the middle of the road. But all of you are going the same direction. So depending on what favors you and your accountant, you say, let's use this window. Because I had one of the panelists saying some of you have been reporting as SMEs. Then others have been reporting as public sector institutions. Then others have been reporting as if you make a profit. Tell your neighbor, you must change. Tell your neighbor, you must change. I think why we gathered you here this morning is to really create a clear direction of how reporting is supposed to be done. And now Kenneth added the pudding to the conversation when he talked about the story of the borehole. Someone is narrating how the borehole has changed the entire village. But in the finances, there is no cost attached to the borehole, not even repair or maintenance. But I think it's a good conversation because then we'll improve our alignment as institutions and, of course, continue to improve our working relationship with our donors. The first panel has talked about the reporting landscape. The second panel is going to be talking about the legal and compliance landscape. But before that panel, we're going to have setting the stage on compliance matters, the regulator's perspective. It's not in my right to invite the regulator. Allow me to invite Ernest to come and invite the regulator.
Thank you very much. Stephen is a good friend of mine. He's a person I've known for a long, long time. And I have therefore I can call him Stephen. I think many of you maybe don't try. Just But, if there's anyone in Uganda who knows about this sector, who has been in the heart of this sector, in the engine, in the creation of regulations, in the changes that we are experiencing, Stephen Okello is that one person. If there's one person you want to talk to about the sector, intricate details and overview, anything about the sector, Stephen is that person. He comes with a wealth of experience over 20 years as a public sector leader in that space. You will be aware that initially the Bureau was in the Ministry of Internal Affairs. In fact, the first time I met Stephen, first times I met him, we operate in the NGO unit, I don't know what I would call it, was operating from a very small office somewhere. And to find files required us to get into a room and, kind of just keep looking for this box, that box. These are some things were strewn on the floor. And that's where our friendship started. It obviously grew into a bureau. Recently, because of RAPEX, the rationalization process, it's gone back to the ministry. And I think now Commissioner, I'm not quite sure about what the ranking is now, but Stephen remains at the helm of that regulation and that regulatory aspect. So he comes to speak to us about the perspective of the regulator. Please pay keen attention. If you pay attention to no one else this morning, please pay attention to Dr. Stephen Okello. We are, I think, about maybe 5 or 6 minutes late in terms of what our program is, but we'll try and make up that time. So, Stephen, welcome.
Thank you, Ernest. I'm humbled to hear that summary of how well you know me. I want to ride on the protocol already established from the different speakers. Good morning, everyone. And Ernest was struggling to get the title I currently hold because we have come a long journey. All of you know originally we started as NGO board under Minister of Internal Affairs, then became semi-autonomous, then again we have been mainstreamed into the ministry. The title as per 29th September last year was Executive Director, NGO Bureau. But from 30th September when the NGO Amendment Act of 2024 came into effect, the title again changed to Secretary, NGO Bureau. But of course at commissioner level, but the right way to refer to it is Secretary. So you can, and of course interestingly, so many people still call me ED, so because they are still struggling to come on board with the new changes that have happened. So it is really an honor and also a privilege to address this gathering, this inaugural 2026 NGO Symposium that is organized by AF Mpanga Advocates, BDO East Africa, and the Institute of Certified Public Accountants. I wish to begin by extending my appreciation to these organizers for really convening this timely engagement and also this opportunity to have a conversation. I thought when the previous panel ended, there were going to be so many questions. I saw only one. I hope that will continue for the next panel because I see so many questions come up each time the NGO Bureau is in the room. So I just hope we shall have fewer conversations later. But I want to really appreciate that we are gathered here for a really very important exercise to really reflect on both the fundamental issues and also looking ahead. I've just closely been following the conversations, and I think what is being discussed here are areas which I don't hear being discussed so much each time I come to these meetings. Focus shifts more to government, NGO relationships, civic space, and yet I keep telling people is that what is destroying the sector more is actually what is being discussed in this room today. The bigger challenge the sector is facing may not even be what affects that relationship between government and sector. Issues of the financial bits, the reporting, the compliance. I think for me that today we are having the conversation that touches the heart. And when Kenneth approached me about this exercise, he will tell you that I did not even think twice. I just confirmed, and when he gave me a date, I put it in my schedule, and I confirmed I would really be here. So across Uganda, regional and globally, all of us know that NGOs are doing a great job. That is not something in question. They complement the government in so many areas. They operate in so many districts around this country. They are actually at the heart, at the grassroots, where so many people may not reach. And so they are really a very critical sector. And their importance is so key that we all need them. And we just are convinced that they deliver essential services and also strengthen community resilience, but also amplify the voices of so many of the vulnerable who are around this country and would have missed the opportunity to come forward, but the sector has done that for them over and over again. So in regard to the sector in Uganda, I think we have no question about their contribution and how they are playing a critical role, and also the responsibilities. I think the focus today is mainly on the issues to do with the credibility, the sustainability, and the effectiveness of the sector, which depends not only on the intentions of what they're actually doing, but also the integrity of the systems through which their work is being carried out. And I think today, focus is shifting more to the systems, and that is where the issue of compliance becomes so central in everything that is being discussed today. Unfortunately, each time you talk about compliance, compliance is sometimes misunderstood as a technical or a very bureaucratic requirement that organizations see that it's about satisfying the regulator. Each time you're talking about compliance, the first thing on someone's mind is NGO Bureau. And yet compliance is both internal and also external. Now, I'll tell you that from the angle of the NGO Bureau, the biggest challenge when it comes to compliance is not even the one that is being demanded by the government. The biggest compliance is actually internal. I will tell you that if you went and assessed so many organizations right now and try to find out how many of them are well versed with their own internal governing documents and instruments, you'd be shocked that 95% have never even read their own internal governing document like a constitution. And I'm confidently saying this because I chair the Complaint and Dispute Resolution Committee, that each time we invite you for a meeting, because NSA, we keep summoning people, but we invite you in a very polite way. Each time we invite you for a meeting, before even we discuss the legal obligations arising out of the laws in the country, we start with their own internal governing document. But I will tell you that 95% of the people have never even read it. At the point of starting the organizations, they either hired a third party with a lawyer to draft it for them. When the lawyer told them it was ready, all they were longing for was to sign where their signature should be put. Others used middlemen who got some precedent somewhere and just altered a few things, put their name, stamped a few objectives, and there they were. Others even leave information of other organizations into the new one that they're actually establishing. So I'll tell you that each time we invite NGOs for a meeting, one of the things we realize is that the moment we take them on in their own internal governing document, their own constitution, they don't even have a clue of so many of those things. It's like they're actually relating with it for the first time. You talk to the management, same thing. You talk to the board members, same thing. And yet you would have expected that when staff join these organizations, you need to build their capacity. You need to orient them, bring them on board. But that is not happening. And what I'm telling you is something that is really happening out there. So to me, compliance is really a very key thing. But from the angle of the regulator, compliance is far much more than what actually others are seeing it. Ernest already touched it that our being here, compliance looks at more of trust. And I think for us as a regulator, that means so much to us. And it's also about ensuring that organizations entrusted with public and donor resources operate with transparency. And that's why I'm glad that Samantha and the rest are introducing all these tools and standards, which for me, I've picked keen interest in it. And I think even on the government side, we need to really become more well-versed with this, because after this engagement, we need to go more into the standards that are being set at the global level, because the sector has to embrace it and also benefit from it. So our focus is to see that organizations are operating in a transparent, accountable way, but also respect the laws of the country that they serve, because ultimately compliance is the foundation upon which public confidence, donor credibility, and the sector sustainability are built. And that's why the NGO Bureau is there. Each time you talk about the NGO Bureau, people think of an entity that is there to either stifle their operations, control them, but that's not what the NGO Bureau is about. What so many people do not know is that apart from being a regulator, the NGO Bureau is also an enabler. It's supposed to also support you. Ernest has just briefly touched that for so many of the years we have engaged with them. We actually do more enabling with them because we discuss so many things. Our work is to ensure that we are giving you all the guidance you need so that you are up and running and doing the right thing. So to understand why compliance matters, it's important to briefly reflect on the mandate of the regulator, that it's not only about what kind of mindset we see out there, but also see the regulator as an enabler when it comes to the NGO sector. So many people in this country know the NGO Bureau as the registration body when it comes to NGOs, but also know them for issuing the permits. But also something which is key is that the NGO Bureau maintains the register for all the NGOs in this country, meaning that if you do not appear on that register, you are not supposed to operate as an NGO in this country. But in addition to that, we also develop policy guidelines to ensure that the environment the sector is operating in is much better. I will tell you that, let me say 20 years ago when I came to this office, not at this level, at a very low level, things were not as they were. I'll tell you that just the way the previous panel has described it, things were really haphazard and muddled up. We have tried. The NGO Bureau you see now, the regulator you see now, is not the regulator of 20 years ago. We have tried. I know we are not where you want us to be, but we have tried. I just hope that in some years to come, we shall have a much more better environment and also a much better arena within which we can all operate. So I would strongly want to also bring out that this oversight function that the NGO Bureau is conducting is in collaboration with a number of stakeholders. We do not do it alone because we have stakeholders right from the national level up to the grassroots level, which of course makes it key that collaboration with all the stakeholders is what really drives us, Because at the end of the day, what we want to promote is integrity, accountability, and public confidence. So in essence, the NGO Bureau is trying to ensure that the sector is operating within the laws that are established. I want to just briefly give you an overview of what the status when it comes to compliance. Between 1989 and 2019, according to the NGO register, there were 14,207 NGOs between 1989 and 2019. The reason why I've picked that period is that in 2019, a decision was taken that because of so many haphazard things of NGOs come and leave as and when they want, when an NGO is closing, they will never tell you. They only tell the landlord that from next month, I will not be paying rent, so please stop counting it on me. But they will never remember that they appear on a register somewhere and they have a duty to go and tell the NGO Bureau, I can no longer continue. So by 2019, we were concerned whether the 14,207 NGOs were still out there operating. So we decided that we should conduct a verification and validation exercise. So we split this exercise into two categories. First, we decided internally to go through all the files that were within the NGO Bureau. And of course, NS knows the kind of office we're in. Kenneth has been there because we did a lot of work since he was with DGF, auditing them. And there was a time we were receiving funds from DGF, so he did a lot of work with DGF. So between, for at least a period of 1 month, we decided to go through all the files manually at the NGO Bureau and find out of the 14,207 NGOs, how many were out there operating. But I'll tell you that by the end of the exercise, we found that only 2,113 were with valid permits. So it gave us a picture that, okay, it means either these organizations are out there operating with expired permits, or they are not even out there. So we decided that, okay, let us now conduct a census. Let's engage the NGOs and actually have a kind of roll call whether they're out there. So we established an online system and requested all the NGOs between 8th August and 7th September 2019 that please, if you're out there, just fill on this online system, attach your permit and certificate of registration. Just tell us you're out there, and that's all. By the end of the exercise, that 1 month exercise, only 811 were part of that exercise. Now, what it showed us was that the information on the register was not giving us correct information, because as the regulator, we thought there were 14,207 NGOs out there. But when we conducted this exercise, we ended up with only the 2,811. And let me tell you, that gave us a totally different picture. And that's why you can see from 2019 up to now, every Monday, we always want to inform the country how many NGOs are out there legally operating. But as we talk now, the number's risen from the 2,000, it now stands at 7,000, meaning that the number has steadily grown again because of so many factors, of course. And I think I also want to emphasize the bit that there are so many factors that affected the drop in that number of NGOs. And for me, I've summarized it all into 4 factors, which I always put out. The first factor is the motive why people form NGOs. Most of the NGOs are always formed with a motive that does not keep them in the sector for long. People think when they form an NGO, they're going to address some unemployment issue. People think that the NGO sector is a place where money is flowing in all the corridors. Once you register an NGO, you're going to just start swimming into money. So the motive for which people form NGOs at times is wrong. And we see it every day, even as I'm standing here. There's a team at the bureau registering. But the motive is what real at times should be the concern. Because what is on the file, an application being presented, looks so noble and so good for the good of the country and the good of the beneficiaries. But the hidden motive behind is always not good. And that's why, from the verification exercise I've just told you, so many people, once they get there and realize that their motive cannot be achieved, they end up dumping these organizations. They feel that, oh my goodness, I got myself into something which I think I had not understood. So people are not even taking time to understand the sector before they get there. So for me, the first thing is the motive. The second thing is the capacity of the people in these organizations. Someone has the passion to form an NGO. The moment they finish registering it, would think that after you leave the NGO bureau, after getting your certificate of registration, after getting the valid permit, go out there, set all the structures and the systems, just like it's being discussed here. But I will tell you that so many of the NGOs have this element of my NGO. Everyone feels I am the owner of this NGO. Meaning that if today I decided to form an Okello Foundation, after I form that NGO and I walk out there, I want to put my leg in each and everything. I want to be the one in the board, meaning I dictate who should sit on the board. I want to put my leg in the management because I want to control everything. I want funds to be controlled by me because I should have the last say when it comes to money issues. Meaning that I end up becoming everything. Now, in addition to that, the fact that I'm dictating on who works and who lives and who is even on the board, you would have thought that the board in an organization is the governing component. But I'll tell you, when you engage NGOs, you realize that that's not the case. There's someone actually who controls the board. The very person on the board should be demanding reports from controlling. The fact that he's the one who pays them the allowances, their retainer, he has a much bigger bargaining power than even the board. So it means that you end up having rubber stamping boards who want to rubber stamp. And so issues of compliance that we are discussing here cannot be addressed when you have such serious capacity issues in the organization. Meaning that you fail to bring the right people to work in the organization. You fail to bring the right people to hold you accountable on your boards. Even when, because the normal practice for the membership organization that are the majority would think that once you come and register the NGO Bureau, once you walk out, open a register, get the right members. By the way, that is also where the problem starts. The kind of members you put on your register. People just look for a few friends, relatives, come and be members. But you see, these are members who end up becoming the supreme decision-making organ of the organization. But you are filled it with your relatives, your friends, meaning that tomorrow all the audit reports you are presenting, all of them are just saying, please, can we endorse this one? This is a very good report. Yet, actually, the kind of things Kenneth was talking about, that no one is going to the details. No one is even asking the questions. No one is even reading those reports that are being presented. Why? Because of the capacity of the people who are your members. So at the end of the day, you have the AGM, that is the supreme decision-making organ, full of people who don't even have the capacity to actually check you. Then you have a board that is ready to rubber stamp whatever, let me say, the chief executive is going to present, because he's even the one who gave them that opportunity. And you see, of course, we find this out when that organization has a problem. When we summon them and start to tell them, okay, can you give us the minutes to show us how this board came into place? And they say, no, it was the ED who appointed everyone here. And then you say, but how? There should have been a proper AGM, you're properly elected, you come into place. Then you want to find out how were these staff recruited, the ED did everything. It was not even the board. So the capacity of these organizations is really one of the biggest challenge. But I think the third one, which I think I want to stop on amongst the factors that affect this organization, is the funding. The funding arena is really going down. 10 years ago, one of the biggest message I was giving so many angels that please pay attention to the funding arena. And so many are not paying attention to that. In 2016, we were able to put a provision to introduce business operations for organizations. That anyone who feels that instead of relying 100% on donations, and the moment a donor closes their taps, then you cannot continue. You have to pack and leave. Why don't you just open something at the side, grow it up, then something that can sustain you, just to help you address the weak sustainability in the organization. But I'll tell you that between 2016 and now, do you know the percentage of organizations that have adopted the business operations? I don't think it's more than 2%. Why? Because the sector is in a comfort zone. They're used to writing proposals, getting funding, and yet what they're seeing before them is something real. All of you saw that when DGF came in, DGF brought a lot of resources. Their conditions were not so bad, and so many organizations benefited. They got a lot of funding from DGF. Unfortunately, DGF got into a suspension. Even when it was lifted, they took a decision and they left. When everyone was still recovering from DGF and so many organizations had lost funding, what happens? COVID hits. When the sector is still recovering from COVID that had made them lose a lot of opportunities, what happens next? You say it hits. Now we are still waiting for what is going to hit next. But I will tell you that the situation is getting worse and worse. I travel all over this globe. I interact with so many organizations, NGOs, regulators. But what I'm saying is not a Ugandan problem. It's a global problem. The funding arena is going down. Meaning that the sector, apart from the things we are discussing in this room, need to start rethinking a lot of strategies. Mainly when it comes to resources. You give a lot of hope to your beneficiaries, and after a short time, the next year, after being so vibrant this year, next year, because the funding is no more, there you are. The beneficiaries, no one is there to pick it up from where you have stopped after giving them all that hope. So what is happening is that the funding arena is drying up. And I think we need to start rethinking that and also look at that. But also, of course, when the funding arena is drying up, it should worry all of us. And the worry is that it's also going to make the sector more desperate and more vulnerable. Right now, I'm on the National Task Force on the anti-money laundering and terrorism financing. And of course, our work is to ensure that the country is complying with the 40 recommendations from the Financial Action Task Force. But our worry is that this declining funding arena is going to make the sector so desperate that they will take money from anyone. And they will dance to anyone's tune. You would have thought that the sector should be demand-driven, where they're looking at the needs of their beneficiaries first, but you're going to end up with a sector that's going to become supply-driven. Whoever has the money, regardless of what your intention is, bring it. I just need that money. And that is where we're going to head. So, and that's what should worry all of us. So I think moving away from what is affecting the sector, the NGOs in this country for all these years that have been there, on average bring around 4.5 trillion into this country. Meaning that a lot of money every year is coming through the NGO sector. It comes through individual donors, foundations, corporations, other governments around the world that are supporting the sector. And we are seeing that this funding is also beginning to drop because the priorities of the donors also change. This year I may be interested in what you're doing. Next year my priority has changed. And it means that this is affecting so many organizations. So when it comes to compliance issues, that is something which everyone, including the NGO sector, should pay attention to. But also, as you are paying attention to compliance issues, the issue of sustainability is very key. And sustainability does not work in isolation. Sustainability moves along with strong internal governance and also a culture of self-regulation within the NGO sector itself. Unfortunately, in Uganda, self-regulation is failing. And the reason why it's failing is because it's voluntary. People do not want to subject themselves to a voluntary arrangement. They would rather dodge it and say, I'll wait for the regulator. Yet it would have been better for you to self-regulate and become more compliant, that by the time the regulator reaches you, you're already more compliant. But I'll tell you that if you engage the self-regulatory bodies, you will see that self-regulation is not doing so well because it is voluntary and no one can coerce you to become part of those self-regulatory bodies. So overall, when it comes to compliance, we should not view it as a regulatory obligation, but also it should be seen as a shared responsibility, not only for the sector, but also between the government, the NGOs, the development partners, to ensure that the sector operates in a credible manner. Between 2016 to now, by 2016, the compliance level of the NGO sector was at 26.8%. But right now, as I speak, we have seen a great improvement in compliance. That's why when I was starting, I told you, we may not be where we want to be, but also the sector is not where it used to be. Right now, as we talk, the compliance level now stands at 62.4%. And I'm hoping that, unfortunately, the people in this room don't want to clap, so I am now getting used to it. Where you think they're going to clap, everyone's hiding their hands. So I would think that for the sector, that is really something good. When you hear the regulator appreciating, meaning that they know where you have come from. When I came to this office so many years ago, the situation was worse. No one cared. People were totally ignorant of so many things. But right now, I even move around the country, district officials that were totally naive and did not even care about compliance issues are all on board. So for me, I think that this 62.4%, which I hope in the next 2 or 3 or 4 years can even go to 70 or even 80, is something which for me is something we look forward to. But also to further bring everyone on board, we are also planning to start to develop what is called the State of NGOs report. Because I will tell you that in this country, when you hear what so many people, either in government or so many stakeholders, say about the sector, there is a lot of negativity that is put out there. NGOs are seen more as opposition, as the people fighting the government, and yet actually, there's a lot they are doing. Unfortunately, the reports that come out to bring out the contribution of the sector are mainly brought by either NGOs themselves or by people coming from out of the country. And that means that there's no ownership at the end of the day as a country. So what we have decided to do is that we want to take up that mantle of now developing the State of the NGOs report. We are trying to secure some funding, and the first target is to have a report that covers the period from 1989 up to actually 2026, where we are now. We want to tell the country the contribution of the sector when it comes to employment, when it comes to the beneficiaries, when it comes to the different sectors in this country. And this is a report that we present to our Minister of Internal Affairs, who takes it to Cabinet, and Cabinet is chaired by the President, and they can see the contribution of the NGO sector. And our target is one, that once that report comes out, even the mindset of all the stakeholders will change. They will actually see that this is a very, very good stakeholder whom we should work closely with. One of the things I want to talk about right now are the benefits of compliance. Each time you talk about compliance, the first thing everyone thinks about is that it's a burden. And yet, actually, once you are compliant, there are more benefits to being more compliant than being non-compliant. And I told you earlier that when you talk about compliance, people are looking at more of the external bit. They don't look at the internal bit. So the compliance I'm talking about is not only about laws of the country. I'm also talking about your internal compliance that applies to the organization internally. Now, there are a couple of benefits that I just want to outline very quickly. The first one is that once you are compliant as an NGO, one of the benefits is that it enhances and it protects the organization's reputation and credibility by ensuring ethical conduct and responsible practices. It also mitigates potential legal and financial risks for organizations through accurate reporting, and I've been hearing the word accurate being repeated over and over again here. And it's important to have that because it reduces the likelihood of irregularities and fraud. The other benefit is that it promotes transparency, accountability, and fairness. It also helps an organization stay on top of the regulatory and legal obligations by minimizing the risks of huge fines, sanctions, undertaking, and possible reputational damage. Right now, all of you are aware that 6 months before the expiry of an NGO permit, you are supposed to apply for renewal. If your permit expires before you have done that within the 6 months, for every month after its expiry, you're supposed to pay a fine of 2 million shillings. And what I'm trying to actually indicate here is that if you are compliant, you stay on top of these regulatory obligations. Each time I go to office, there's a queue waiting for me. And I can tell you that more than 50 of the people in that queue are coming to beg for a waiver. Trying to say, please, for the following reasons, I was not able to come on time to renew. So I'm requesting that please you help us ensure that we don't pay this huge fine. And by then, some of these fines accumulate even up to over hundreds of millions for organizations that have not renewed for years. So what I'm trying to indicate here is that one of the benefits that if you're compliant, you avoid all these issues. The other benefit, of course, it also ensures alignment of activities of an organization with its values and ethics to enable them to report responsibly. It also enhances the trust levels, because one of the things that came out here is the issue of trust among stakeholders, including the regulator. It also builds a positive brand, because I'll tell you that if you're compliant, your brand will remain positive. And apart from the brand, also the image will also improve, and it reflects on the ethical practices that are within the organization. But also it reinforces trust and increases confidence in the organization, hence fostering long-term loyalty within the organization. It also gives you a very strong reputation that attracts potential partners. That means that it opens doors of opportunities for you. So this means that apart from seeing compliance as a burden, you should also see it as a factor that is beneficial to you for some of the reasons I've indicated. However, there are also factors that are affecting the compliance levels in this country. The first factor, of course, is the mindset of the individuals from these organizations, where I've already indicated that under mindset, the motive why people form these organizations is also affecting the compliance, where people, apart from the passion, are either looking for jobs, others it's about survival, others about financial gain. But also the other factor that's affecting compliance is ignorance and lack of appreciation of the regulatory framework. People form NGOs, they're either helped by a third party or a lawyer, but within the organization, they run into trouble because they do not pay attention to the legal obligations that are there. A very interesting factor that we don't pay attention to is the poor reading culture. Reading is really a problem. the devil is always in the details. People don't want to read. Meaning that you have an NGO policy, you have an NGO act, there's this whole regulatory framework, but people are not taking time to go through it. Meaning that it ends up affecting the level of compliance. But also I've already touched on the capacity challenges, where the limited skills and knowledge within the staff, the management, where you'd have expected people to invest in research and know where to get funds and how to address these issues, but they end up actually failing to address this. But in addition to that, so many organizations do not have compliance officers, meaning that people operate and leave everything on the executive, on either the ED. The ED will remember when we should renew. The ED will remember that this and this should be done. At the end of the day, once you leave all these obligations on the ED, who is also so busy, you are going to run into all these compliance issues. We are also aware that we have an NGO sector that has so many reporting channels. The other factor I want to actually touch on before I can actually wind up is the poor record keeping. Poor record keeping has also affected so many organizations, and it has made them fail to fully comply. Before I conclude, allow me just ask these three questions, but that I think may also help guide the panel that will come and discuss later, and also add to the conversations that we go on after this. The first question I would love to really ask the room is, of course, how can the NGO sector strengthen self-regulation and internal governance? I've already told you self-regulation is not at the level it is at. How can we strengthen it? But also weak governance within NGOs is one of the biggest factors that is making NGOs crumble. How can we strengthen that? The second question is that how do we strike the right balance between effective oversight and maintaining an enabling environment? I've told you that so many of the meetings I go to, enabling environment is the biggest concern, and yet we need to strike a balance between effective oversight and enabling environment. And the third and the last one is, how can the regulators and the NGOs work together to build a culture of compliance that strengthens rather than constrains the sector? A culture that can make people see compliance as something beneficial and not something that has come out to destroy them. So I hope that these questions require honest reflection, whereby we should not pretend about the kind of things that we're going to think about, but also it needs a constructive dialogue. I look forward to hearing to what will come out from your angle. So in conclusion, enhancing CSO compliance levels is a collective and shared responsibility amongst the different stakeholders, which calls for more sensitization, capacity building, and mindset change for both the state and the non-state actors to appreciate the benefits of compliance amidst the rapid and the continued shifts in the fundamentally new operating environment. This will greatly help enhance the level of confidence, transparency, accountability, quality assurance, productivity, stakeholder satisfaction, integrity, and trust in the operations of the sector. It safeguards against potential liabilities, hence contributing to long-term successes. Thank you so much for listening, for God and my country.
I have noticed for one reason that when it comes to regulators, your clapping is up there. You do quite well. You do quite well. You must agree with me that it's not very easy to stop a regulator from speaking. I had to think 3 times before I come to tell him, sir, thank you very much. But I think he has precisely shared the message. But he has also reaffirmed what I said, that you people are doing as you want, as you are. Because some of you have not renewed, others have renewed. But I think one of the things that I agree with you when you talked about the motive, Stephen, the motive in this country is important, because I don't know if you have read the unemployment in this country. The statistics are growing. So if you have an opportunity to create jobs, why don't you create them? You create, at least for a year or two, then when the money is over, you tell people, now you go back to unemployment. Then they go back and, think of how to really proceed. But I also have clearly understood that you continue to do the way you wish, because some of you start, you are the starter of the NGO, you are the head finance, head operations, you appoint your husband to be the head of the board. And I think at husband level it's okay. But if it's at dating level, it's a problem, because what happens if you break up? Anyways, I'll leave that there. For really, I am sure that this symposium is helping us align a few issues that are critical for us in terms of business success and sustainability. Stephen, you talked about this issue of you call people politely, you ask them to come, you request them. I want to tell you, no matter which language you are using, that is summoning. For us, the way we look at it, it's just like police. When the police calls you, hello, Ibrahim, we would want to have a meeting with you. What are they telling me? So for us, from the way we view it, you are summoning us. No matter how you sugarcoat it, we came to you, visited you, and requested you to come. I'll leave it at that, ladies and gentlemen, so that we save on time. But I have noticed that some of us need to stand up, so I'm going to tell you to tell your neighbor to stand up. So we're going to really, in less than a minute, we're going to play a simple game called Stand Up, Sit Down. Stand up. Speak as if you have heard. Stand up. Very good. We are standing. Can we sit? Can we stand? Very good. So we are going to add one more element called clap. Clap. No, not village clapping. Single clap. Clap. All right. So we know that to stand is to stand, to sit is to sit, and to clap is to clap. So we are going to switch it up. To sit is to stand is to sit, and to clap is to stamp. I go slowly. Yeah, now it's okay. We are together. Even me, I can get the entire room on the other side where they're not understanding. We understand that to sit is, thank you very much, and to stand and to clap is to stamp. So we are switching the three acts. Understood? So when I say sit, you are supposed to. When I say stand, you are supposed to. When I say stamp, you are supposed to. Good. Stand, sit, stamp, clap, sit, stand. It's enough. It's enough. When I saw the sponsors BDO and F Mpanga getting a bit confused, I said enough of the games. Enough of the games. We are here for serious business. So I've been reminded that for us who are here, we are going to be getting certificates courtesy of the sponsors, but also ICPAU has allowed that for you who are here, you're going to get these as your CPD points. I think this is a big deal. Let me repeat it. ICPAU has been gracious enough to allow that you're going to earn these as CPD points. If we have clapped for ICPAU like that, can we also clap for F Mpanga advocates? Can we give another big clap as well to BDO? Yeah, because if true they were not in the room, probably ICPA would not have thought about this. This is where we're going to face the challenge. Some of you used the QR code to register, and some of you used your handwritings. Now, the challenge we are facing that some of you, find a way to go and address it. It's not something worthy of talking about on the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, our final panel that speaks into compliance matters is one that is going to be moderated by Abdallah. And Abdallah is an associate at AF Mpanga Advocates, a member of the firm's corporate and arbitration department. Abdallah advises clients across a wide range of sectors on corporate and commercial matters, including regulatory compliance, corporate governance, dispute resolution, commercial contracts, together with market entry. He further serves as a company secretary to leading corporate multinationals, NGOs, supporting board operations and governance compliance. Abdallah is well educated. He has a master's degree in law, in international dispute resolution from Queen Mary University of London, a bachelor's of law from UCU, and a postgraduate diploma in the legal practice. Please join me in welcoming our moderator, Abdallah.
Yes, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Gava, for the introduction. My name is Abdallah Sechibembe, and I'm happy to moderate this panel discussion. I think the ED, who is now the secretary to the NGO Bureau, has given us a very good introduction to the panel discussion that we shall have today. And he discussed something very important, that compliance is a shared responsibility. It is not something for convenience. It speaks to accountability. And you know, this accountability will also extend to players. Yes, the players and stakeholders that you report to as NPOs as well as NGOs. All right? We are looking at the regulator. We are also looking at the beneficiaries, but also the development partners. And it's so important that Dr. Okello also spoke to the aspect of the census. And I think for purposes of discussion today, it would be good to do some bit of census here so that we know who is present. So in Uganda, we have about, I think, 5 categories of NGOs. And I think it would be very important that we know which category is represented today. So I'll start with the indigenous NGOs. Do we have any representation? Indigenous NGOs. Do we know any? You could just raise up your hand so that we know that you're represented. So we shall expect some insights from you, some bit of experience on how best you are complying as, sector players. We also have, I think, the continental NGOs. Do we have any representation? Any person? Continental? None. We have? Yes, continental. Yes, okay, perfect. How about international NGOs? Those are the most common, I believe. And I know, and maybe you should note that your compliance requirements are a bit different from the rest. So we hope that you're compliant in terms of NGO, law. I think the next one is the foreign NGO. Do you have any representation? Foreign. I know, I think international and foreign are usually confused, right? Do you have any foreign NGOs here? Or you don't know where you stand? Yes, and then finally we have what we call the regional NGOs. Do we have any regional NGOs here? So the rest, I'm wondering, where do you fall? Do you fall, I don't know, are you stateless? Or you're, contemplating registration? I know we have some entities here that are still in the process of registration, and I note that there are some that are also in their first permit of operation, second permit of operation. So I think these conversations will be very important for you. So as we transition into our panel discussion, it will be very important to note that we shall be discussing, the regulatory developments that have happened at least for the last 5 years. Dr. Okello mentioned, and Mr. Kalibala also mentioned that we've seen a transition of the NGO Bureau from a separate body to now as a government department under the Ministry of Internal Affairs. I think we also saw some bit of lifting under the AML requirements. Among
among other developments. So we shall be looking forward to hearing more from the regulator, but also importantly, to hear from the stakeholders. What do you have to say about these developments? What is your experience? What do you think the NGO Bureau should do? All right? Yes, so I'll start with inviting our first panel discussant, who is Dr. Okello, who gave us the introduction to this panel discussion. Yes, and the second person is Mr. Ernest Wilshire Kalibala, who is an advocate, and he often advises NPOs, CSOs on different matters to do with NGO compliance. So we shall be banking on his experience for purposes of, understanding best how best can we comply as, players within this sector. We were expecting a third panelist who would have come from the players, but unfortunately, due to last-minute engagements, he was unable to come. So our third set of panel, I think the third set would be the attendees. So we expect the team from your end to fully participate, because I think this panel discussion is very much relevant. Not to say that the other one was not relevant, but this one also speaks to compliance, because it is because of this compliance that you've been able to register. It is because of this compliance that you've been able to, register and also get permits of operation. And maybe also to thank the team here for picking interest in attending this symposium. Yes, so I'll start with Ernest. We've had lengthy conversations about compliance. And as an advocate that has continuously advised NGOs on compliance, how best can an NGO understand compliance to be? What does compliance mean for an NGO that is in its first year of operation or its first permit of operation?
Okay, thank you, Abdallah. I think there are two answers. There's a simple answer and there's a more complex one. But the simple answer maybe starts with, somehow all of us got here this morning. Presumably many of us drove ourselves here, were driven here. There's a small element of compliance that you need to have on you if you are driving a vehicle. And that small element is called a driving license permit. Try to engage with the traffic police, even if they haven't stopped you. Stop by wherever you see them and say to them, I don't have a driving permit on me. And then you'll understand compliance very, very practically. Another simple example is you have a flight to catch. Many of us have had that experience. The flight takes off at 2. You arrive at the airport at 1:40, and you will understand compliance. So I think, to put it as simply as I can, it's just an understanding that whatever it is we are doing, especially in the context of the organization to which we belong, we are consistent with both internal and external frameworks. In Dr. Okello's presentation, he talked about internal compliance, the knowledge and understanding of our own systems. That's critical. Most of us focus on the external, which is where he comes in. But compliance covers those aspects: internal, inward looking; external, outward looking. The best way to comply with anything, the best way to achieve compliance, is to do it voluntarily, because then there's no one running after you. So that's, Abdallah, what I would say in terms of compliance.
Thank you very much, sir. My next question to you would be, in your view, and someone who advises NGOs as part of your practice, would you say that compliance is an event or a continuous, principle of governance?
So unlike the airport story I have just told you,
yes,
which is an event, compliance is obviously a continuous activity. It's not something you do on the 1st of January and you stop. To the extent that you are still operational and you have offices to which you report, there are many things that you must keep ticking off every so often. Let's take another simple practical example. Every end of month, for those people who prepare a payroll, there is an element of compliance, NSSF, URA, and so on. So it's exactly the same. It's the knowledge that, I don't stop at the point where I have been permitted. In fact, I continue so that I am compliant with the permit conditions, but also so that I can be permitted again and again and again. If we just went back to, ask anyone here to take us back 10 years, and we said, your annual report, 10 years ago is what, 2016?
Yep.
Yes, annual report 2016. I don't want to ask the question because I may find that the answer is not desirable. But if you just sit down and reflect 10 years, 15 years ago, are you able, if somebody came and said, let's just have a look at your annual reports for the last 10 years, how many of you are actually able to, to report? There are other aspects of compliance that happen. When you are seeking registration, when you go to Stephen for registration, you also give, an outline of what your structure looks like. When that structure changes, and I'm sure it changes quite often, I'm not sure if you are aware that you are supposed to go back to the bureau and say to the bureau, this part which I had put is no longer applicable. We have now shifted it to a different thing. So it's a continuous exercise, and that's why the idea that was mentioned, I think Stephen is the one who mentioned it, of having a compliance officer, I think is a critical thing to think about.
Okay. Yes. Now, I think we can now speak into internal compliance for the NGO, and then we shall now transition to Dr. Kello for the external compliance. So I would understand that if I was an NGO player, I would want to, and of course the NGOs may maybe further consult, but what would you recommend as the minimum compliance obligations that an NGO as of 11th March should have?
I think the critical one is this internal or external?
Internal.
Internal. I think you need to have, maybe let me say just two things. The right structural, layout, because it's that structure that allows you to have the necessary checks and balances. So if you have gaps, if you have, spaces that are not occupied, and I'm not talking here about increasing employment that somebody spoke about. I'm talking about putting, that structure into operation. If you don't have that, you need to do it urgently. If you haven't reviewed your own structure, perhaps you need to do it, because one of the greatest dangers around compliance is when you get accustomed to doing things in the way that you have been doing them, they look normal. If you get accustomed to showing up to work at 9 o'clock instead of 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock suddenly starts to look normal. And so you think, someone who complains says, but you came at 9 instead of 8. You think, but no, this is normal. But if you have somebody to check you and say, but 8 o'clock is 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock is 9 o'clock, you start to change. So I would urge you to think through the structure that you set up, especially the structure that allows for internal control, so that if there are gaps there. Those gaps are very quickly dealt with. The second thing is obviously about knowledge. So you need to know, because you can't comply with what you don't know. You are required to comply with. It's amazing how little we know about the things that we do. We think that we know them until somebody interrogates us a little more. So knowledge acquisition, so that you are aware of what you need to do, and then having the right people in place to do those things, Abdallah, I would say, are the two most important things to look at internally.
Okay, thank you, sir. I will now transition to Dr. Kello, the Secretary to the NGO Bureau. So from the regulator's perspective, what are those considerations you'd look at to say that an NGO is well governed? And maybe as you answer that question, you might also look at, I know you partly discussed this, but what are some of those general weaknesses that you've observed from the different NGOs from the time you have been with the Bureau?
Yes, thank you, moderator. My time at the Bureau has clearly showed that at the surface, when you look at any organization out there, you cannot easily identify their weaknesses by just looking at them externally. It's only after you have engaged with them, either through a monitoring inspection or even a meeting where you invite them for a meeting, that you start to realize there are serious gaps. But some of the things that show us that there's a problem in the organization and that there are weaknesses, one of them, of course, is that the moment we engage you and find out that some of the key documents that should have strengthened your operations or even put more checks and balances within the organization are not in place, then immediately we start seeing that as a red flag. Because you have a board, but there's no board charter. It means this board is doing business the way they want. If at all you are receiving funds, but you have no finance manual, it's already telling us more about the organization. So the absence of some of the key instruments within the organization to govern it internally also, of course, starts to show us something. But also each time we look at the minutes of an organization, I'll tell you that the NGO Bureau, each time it's looking at either returns, minutes are one of the things that are attached. The minutes will tell you a lot about the organization. If you see where an AGM is being held by 3 people, then immediately that should be a red flag. And at times you may find an AGM is being held by family members, where you find a husband, a wife, a daughter, a son, and then immediately you get to know there's a problem. But also, if you read into details, you'll find that the minutes are going to tell you something that there's a problem in that organization. So minutes also help us indicate this. But also when we meet these organizations and we're engaging them, the moment we establish that, let me say, the executive director is the decision maker, and his decisions are even overriding the board and everyone around, and even the AGM's decisions, then you get to know that there's a problem and there's a weakness there. But also, some of the key weaknesses that we have noticed, and the biggest that is affecting the NGOs, which I also touched on, is the weak governance. The weak governance is actually what is killing the biggest chunk of the sector. People go into operations, but all these principles of corporate governance that at times we talk about, they are not being practiced out there. And it's a matter of time. You cannot survive for long if you continue operating and doing things the way you want. meaning that you'll soon run into trouble. You'll not manage funds the way you should manage. You will not follow procedures the way you should follow. You'll mix board and management work all into one. You'll find the board is now doing management work. So the moment you see all these weaknesses, then it clearly tells you that there's a problem in this organization. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Now, I will just chip into now your function as a regulator, and also looking at the recent transition of the NGO Bureau now as a department because of the RAPEX. Are there any, or should NGOs anticipate any additional compliance requirements that may come as a result of change in oversight?
Thank you. I think as per now, the transition is still going on, because I'll tell you that there are a lot of things still at play, and I don't think I have seen major changes that either the sector should worry about, but of course, one of them is the fact that we are still in the middle of a transition where, let me say, the number of staff at the NGO Bureau, originally the numbers were, let me say, at 98 staff, now dropping to 32 staff because of the rationalization. But also out of the 32, only 15 are so far recruited. Now, the challenge with that is that the workforce remains the same. The sector is still out there demanding for services, but the workforce that should serve them has greatly dropped. So I think one of the immediate things that can affect the sector is the slowness in terms of the turnaround time in having them served. So I think for now, because we are still in the middle of a transition, I think that would be the main thing, that because it's affecting the Bureau, it also, of course, rolls out to the sector. But I would hope that let's first complete the entire process. And once things are up and running, then we can see if there are other factors that will come into play. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I think the next question would now speak to the recent development regarding AML. I note that there was a recent development where there was some lifting of AML requirements for NGOs. Does this in any way, lift any responsibility or any compliance obligation for NGOs? Maybe just for your confirmation, does this lift any compliance obligation on the part of NGOs towards AML requirements?
Yes, thank you. To bring it out from our angle is that all of us are aware that Uganda was put on a grey list, and after so many years of struggling to remove it off the grey list, it was finally removed at the beginning of 2024. And as Uganda was being removed, one of the conditions Uganda was subjected to was that they needed to go and amend mainly the second schedule, where in the list of the 15 accountable persons, Uganda was directed by the Financial Action Task Force to ensure that they remove NGOs from that list of accountable persons, because the feeling of the Financial Action Task Force was that NGOs did not fit in that category. And so between 2014 and January 2025, there was a whole process the government embarked on, where Minister of Finance issued a notice in the Gazette calling upon anyone in the country who had an objection to that. It was a 60 days notice. And after the 60 days notice, since there was no objection, they moved a motion in Parliament, and Parliament passed the motion that the NGOs should be removed off the list of accountable persons. And that came into effect in February last year. But in terms of how it affects the sector, one is that in terms of compliance, it has reduced the compliance burden on the sector, because one of the things that are coming out here is that the sector has a lot of different regulators to comply with. And I think one of the key things it has helped the sector there is that that burden of having to register with the Financial Intelligence Authority, and also meeting their reporting obligations was brought to an end because they are no longer accountable persons. So NGOs are no longer falling under that. But of course, it doesn't mean that if you engage in anything and investigations find that you are involved in either money laundering or terrorism financing, you do not still escape. But of course, what you have escaped right now is that you're no longer amongst the accountable person. But also in terms of the way forward, what happened was that after the NGO sector was removed from the list of accountable persons, the regulator, the NGO Bureau, was directed to now adopt a risk-based approach of overseeing the operations, which we have actually adopted. And the risk-based approach is that every 3 years, the regulator is supposed to conduct a risk assessment. We last conducted one in 2021, and what we found was that the risk level when it comes to issues of money laundering and terrorism financing generally was low. But also within the law, we were requested to find out, are there NGOs that are at risk when it comes to all those areas? And we found two categories. That one, all of you know the madrasas, these Islamic faith-based organizations that teach the different Islamic principles. They found that the fact that we register them as NGOs, they found that the risk levels could be high there and we needed to pay attention to them. The other category was that NGOs operating close to the borders, where there are active terrorist engagements, like let me say Kasese, where ADF is still active, coming in and leaving. There was a conclusion that the NGOs operating there, the risk level was much higher. So we are adopting a risk-based approach that we should only engage the sector when it comes to those areas based on the outcome of the risk assessment. We should not be suspicious of all NGOs in the country. Let's only focus on the ones that are in that category, which we have actually engaged on. And since we already finished the 3 years, right now as we talk, there's already an ongoing risk assessment to establish the risk level, to find out has the status quo remained the same, or things have now changed, has the compliance level moved from low to high. So that is what is ongoing. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Now, I will now speak to another development within the sector, which speaks to suspension of some NGOs. And I'll look at it from the angle of compliance. What are some of those common failures that, and I mean, you might have mentioned this as well, but maybe for confirmation, what are some of those failures that would, inform the decision of the NGO Bureau to, suspend an NGO, and also to look at some of the corrective actions that these NGOs could explore to avoid such, decisions to suspend the operations?
Yes, thank you. I was actually surprised that question did not come first, because wherever I go, that is always the first question that is put on the table. But to respond to the question, there are laws in this country that bring out, actually there's a whole NGO regulatory framework that bring out legal obligations, just as NS indicated. And the NGOs are supposed to comply with those legal obligations. So as the regulator, we follow and ensure that the NGOs are complying with those legal obligations. So there are two ways these issues are handled. One is that issues can arise from the NGO Bureau, whereby by the nature of our work, we find whether there are compliance issues, and we can then come out and take some decisions. But also there are issues that come from stakeholders, where during the nature of their work, they either find the issues that rotate around operations of NGOs, and they bring it to attention, and based on that, then we can also act on that. So it's not only the NGO Bureau that where these things originate from, but also from stakeholders that bring it on board. But for me, I would strongly think that the main issue here are the legal obligations. And I think from the presentation I made, I actually tried to put all the answers there. The answers that If people in these organizations know what they're doing and know how to remain compliant, then they can actually avoid all these either sanctions that actually they end up into. Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. I'll now transition to Ernest. Let's now talk about review of compliance. From your experience as a practitioner within this space, how often should NGOs review their compliance?
I think the very general answer is, review regularly. Now, what is regularly? Because you might have a permit that runs for 3 years or whatever, but what's regular? I think what's important to do is to have a regular awareness engagement, because laws change, the regulatory framework changes, so you must have a mechanism that enables you to have knowledge of the changes as they, come up. We also encourage people to do something called a legal audit. Legal audit is compliance, just checking, law says this is my situation. Law says this is my situation. We have found that it's a very helpful exercise in dealing with legal risk before it manifests. Because you pick up the problem, you address the problem before it becomes, an issue. The other one is, maybe the third one is around refresher training, refresher awareness, if I may call it that. Now, those are things that you would factor into your, planning. So annual plan or biannual, whatever it is, so that you do not keep that compliance issue at the back. It comes to the fore and is one of those things that is regularly looked at. The danger sometimes with having long-running permits sometimes is that, you do something once at the beginning and you forget about it, and you remember, at the end. And then suddenly you get to Mr. Okello there and you are applying 2 months before expiry, and he gets out a calculator and says, first put here, okay, not here in terms of him, but put here in the coffers, what is it, 8 million shillings or something for maybe the 4 months, 2 million per month, for something that you could have done. So I think how regularly you do it depends on the awareness you have on the requirement to keep up to date. For example, if I just asked here by show of hands, how many of you know when your permits expire? How many know? Let's just be, I don't want to know when they expire, just those who know. So about probably less than a quarter of us who are sitting here are representing these organizations that we are not yet aware. Please go back and check, unless you want to donate the monthly fee of 2 million. If you want to be kind and you become a donor, please, wait for it to expire, even give it a year, so that you can contribute a bit more to the revenue of government. So Abdallah, assess what you need to comply with, then put in place a program that enables you to have constant awareness of the compliance requirements for you.
Thank you very much, sir. And what comes to mind from that experience is that some donors are very much interested in looking at your permit expiry period in terms of, making available funding, aspects to do with employment, all right? because you'll find that some employees are actually employed on project-based, contracts. So it's very important to have and monitor your permit. And I mean, I've seen some very good organizations here that even go ahead to renew at least 1 year before, so that by the time you're 3 months into expiry, before expiry, you have your permit issued to you by the NGO Bureau. Because I think the law specifies, 45 days for response by the NGO Bureau. So now, let's now transition into funding in the age of AML, and I will ask Mr. Kalibala something. What are some of those concerns that an NGO should be, alive about when they are looking at, or when they are targeting? Because I know there's a lot of, proposals that are prepared. I know many of you here prepare so many proposals identifying different funders. So in light of the recent development of USAID, we saw DGF, and we saw so many, fund freezes. What are some of those, things that NGOs should look at when they are targeting funders?
I think for me, the one obvious thing is that, where you get your funding should align with the values that you have. I think that's a topical discussion. I will not go further into it, but I think it's important that you align the source with the value system that you have. Whatever it is you espouse, you align. If you espouse terrorism, that's your view, align with that side. But I think you understand what I mean. But secondly, I think you need to diversify this whole funding thing. For the longest time, we were used to receiving and expending. That has changed. Things are going in a different direction. Dr. Okello referred to the possibility of you generating funds through actual business activities. And I think there are some tax advantages that come even with that type of arrangement. Because if you channel all that money back into the work that you are doing that's not for profit, I think there are ways in which the revenue authorities deal with those engagements. So I think you really need to be very careful about the source, but also about the sustainability. I talked to you, I said to you, in the earlier on, that there are these two events that occurred that none of us expected. I think right now we are sitting in this room and we are waiting for the impact of the war in Iran on the pump price. I imagine all of us have thought about it. Yeah. But we are going to watch that space. The pump price is going to change. It will go up. Do you know that it goes up, it never comes down?
Yeah.
It always just goes up and then it stays there. And then there's a new threshold, it continues to go. So now we're going to watch it, and it's going to change. And there's nothing we are doing about it. Perhaps the only personal thing we might each do about it is now you fill your tank, and each time you go down 1 bar, you go back and fill it. So that's the kind of reserve, that you have. But how long is it going to take you for? So I think being aware that these situations are real and finding means of addressing them, Abdallah, I think are very critical for the sector that we are talking about today, especially for sustainability. For me, I can tell you, I never ever thought, in fact, when the noise about USAID started, I thought, of course, it can't happen. Then it happened. And then it happened. Then I started now to advise about the consequence of it has actually happened.
Yeah.
And now life is going on like
it never happened.
Like it was never here. Like USAID was never here.
Sure.
That's how life is. It's now we just, running through. So that's what I think.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much. So as we wind up, just one last question to Dr. Okello, and then maybe you can also give your closing remarks. And this is a personal experience, but also from the players. And it's just an inquiry. Are there any plans for transitioning, the NGO Bureau engagement process online. The same way we see URA, URSB, we have seen OBRS doing very well. We've seen Lands Ministry doing very well. Do we see any plans of transitioning the application process, renewal process? Because I know there are some NGOs here. I know one that is actually based in the north, and you can imagine the trips they have to make to Kampala to make an application. I mean, getting, say, like for example, a recommendation from the NGO Bureau. Are there any plans, to achieve that?
Yes, thank you, moderator. I fully agree with you that one of the biggest challenges the sector is facing now is the high cost of compliance. Just as you have indicated, someone has to travel all the way up to NGO Bureau for just a service, yet they would have sat in the offices and received that service. So in terms of the plans, for the last 4 years, the top priority for the NGO Bureau has been automation. Unfortunately, in our ministerial policy statement of the ministry, it has been there, but funding has not been allocated to it. But finally, the good news is that next financial year, funds have been allocated to it. So, finally, the claps are coming. So at least the good news to the sector is that finally, the funds have been allocated, and once we get into the next financial year, the process is going to start. So we hope by the end of the next financial year, all these, the systems will be fully automated, and that will be really good for the sector. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any last words before we open up for discussions?
From me, thank you so much for this opportunity, but also there was something that Ernest touched on, that audit bit. Yeah. In terms of the internal risk assessments, is something which I think every NGO here should take seriously, that you don't have to wait for the regulator all the time. Internally, assess yourselves, but also the thing I indicated earlier, that get a compliance officer to keep checking you internally so that you don't have to wait for the auditor or else the NGO Bureau. And also, in case you don't have resources to employ a compliance officer, pick the functions of such a, give it to someone who is already there to add it to their work, to do it. Because someone should be checking you, are you compliant with NSSF, Revenue Authority, URSB, NGB, because you should not wait when the regulator shows up at your door and then you're concerned. But overall, thank you so much for this opportunity. Yeah.
Thank you to sir. Mr. Kalibala, your last words?
I think I will just say, urge all of us to look carefully at ourselves. If there are small issues, skeletons, this, that, the other, find them and then seek help. The law is not going anywhere. It's not about, even though you've heard that the numbers that the Bureau have, fallen from 98 to 30 something now, the law is still in place. It's not going anywhere. At least not for the foreseeable future. In fact, all indications I think are that it's going to continue and perhaps would be strengthened. The original one was, I think, 89, which was changed in 2016 to make things better. So it's not going anywhere. So compliance is now something we must do it. Let's have the frame of mind that it's a good, useful thing to do, and let's do it. The more you do it, the easier it is. The less you do it, the more complex things get for you. My own experience with engaging with the Bureau is that the best approach with the Bureau is a non-confrontational one. Even when you are in error, I have seen that, and I don't know, maybe Stephen will pay me for this, Kalango, but I have seen that the Bureau actually is very responsive if you take the initiative. It is slightly different if they find you
Non-compliant.
on a, what did you call it, a monitoring trip, when they find out, then it's slightly different. So take a look at what is inside. If you determine that you need to have some resolution, some attention paid to one or two things, seek help. Those are the things that we deal with, and we will be able to assist you if we know. Okay. Thank you very much. Abdallah?
Yes, thank you, sir. I don't know how many questions we can take. Two? Any burning questions? Yes. Any? Yes, Samantha?
Thank you. My question is for Mr. Okello. Thank you so much for your encouraging words. You asked how we can work together and about the balance between effective oversight and enabling environment. While we've been consulting in INPAS, one of the questions that's come up time and time again in all over the world, in many different countries, from the States to Vietnam and everywhere in between, is about the risk of the weaponization of INPAS, that non-compliance could be used against NGOs as an excuse to deregister or stop.
That our umbrella body, the NGO forum, now has no permit. So at some point you fear that should the bureau or government feel maybe the work you're doing is not very much acceptable by them, that it is very easy for them to just come and snatch away your permit? Are there engagements before these decisions are made, such that as players, we are given a chance to clarify some issues before these decisions are made? Thank you.
Okay, I think that's for Dr. Okello.
Okay, I see the questions are only mine, so I think that the questions are related. From Samantha, it's that wouldn't we use non-compliance as an excuse? I think from my side as a regulator, the answer is no. We don't use your non-compliance as an excuse to take any action against you. Actually, if you feel it's an excuse, you are safer than remaining compliant, so that you don't assume that someone is using your non-compliance against you. But it's not our intention that we are trying to look for a loophole and we use it against you. That is not the intention of the NGO Bureau or even the government. In terms of the suspension of entities like the recent suspensions, okay, you mentioned only one, but there were around 10. I think one thing that was clear out there in the media, and you see, unfortunately, this time we did not hold a press conference to inform the country, because over the years, each time we suspended NGOs, they always complained. They always saw it as a name and shame. So they always complained and said, please, each time you're suspending organizations, that press conference, we who are affected feel bad. So we took a decision that each time we suspend you, then no press conference. We serve you a letter, we keep quiet, and that's all. Unfortunately, this time the approach changed. The suspended NGOs are the ones that started circulating the information. They put it on social media, they informed the media houses, and that's how it really circulated. But for us right now, because the sector says, you people, we feel we get embarrassed when you hold a press conference, we had actually stopped. So our intention is not actually to name and shame, but going back to our question, we give opportunities to be heard to organizations. But you're aware that principles of natural justice, when it comes to security issues, there are exceptions involved. But all of you are aware that any previous suspension, engage any NGO, there is evidence at the NGO Bureau that we engaged you. This particular one, there was no engagement because these were issues coming from a stakeholder, and the concern was there are security issues here. So the issue was, please, and you see when they tell you there are security issues here, You cannot keep saying, hold on, we are going to do ABCD, invite them and talk yet. So for us, we are to act. But as we talk now, the investigations, I think, are about to be concluded, and soon we are going to engage these organizations because we too want to have this issue concluded. Yeah. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, sir. I know there may be other questions, but I think with the interest of time, we could stop here. But please, if you have any personal engagements, further discussions that you wish to have, please don't hesitate to reach out to AF Mpanga. We are happy to support you because this is our space. We understand it, and we should be able to support your compliance to the different stakeholders. Yes, unless otherwise, I think this panel comes to an end.
Right, let me invite the managing partner, BDO Kenneth, to come and award the panel. Still in no particular order, we shall start with the moderator. That we get in front. Okay. Ernest. Ernest, you seem to be in shock. These are records we want your children's children to get to know. And then finally, Ms. Okello. Kenneth, thank you. Okay. We have about 5 minutes to close. And it's intentional as the organizers that we leave you a few minutes before 1 because the indication will be different and we don't want to give that indication. And so I'll leave it at that, but there are some questions that I want to read out that came through our online viewers. And I want to say that, dear online viewers, if we notice that your question has some anger management issues, we shall not respond to it. We will allow you to apply some emotional intelligence, and then in the due course, like tomorrow, we shall write to you because we have your records and give you a response. So I am going to read these questions because some of them could be to the first panel or the second panel. And I want to request the panelists to note them down because as I informed you, my role here is just to ask. I don't know who they're asking and who it's about. So there's someone that asks online that is adoption mandatory or voluntary? Then this other question that there is a common perception among some NGOs. Stephen, I think they've come back for you here. That unofficial payments are sometimes requested during the registration process to obtain final approvals. What measures is the NGO Bureau putting in place to ensure the registration process remains transparent, fair, limited, and only to the official fees? This one I think has suffered a lot. And so anyway. Then this one. People, as you're sending questions, avoid writing really composition. This one says, question for Stephen Okello. Now, in 2010, I think this one you alluded to, but let me read. In 2010, the NGO policy stated that one of the roles of the Ministry of Internal Affairs is to make regular state of NGO report. I think this one you referred to it and you're saying you're looking for funding. Anyways, it is 16 years since. Do you have a child? Since the policy came into force and no single report has ever been issued, how different is government going to handle this? How are they addressing the gaps that are caused that have caused the ministry to fail to make these reports? This second one has anger issues. Let me whisper that in your message you talked about the donors dwindling, and the government has had a role to play. They have even highlighted some of the organizations that are no longer in this market, and so they're asking that what is government's long-term strategy to attract and retain donors? Okay. Samantha, I missed hearing about the issue of indirect cost recovery. Madam Musoke, this must be you. You are the one who talked about these things of indirect cost recovery, aspects related to donor funds. What's your take on this, and has this been included in the standard? Does it allow uniform application across the donor world? This is Gerald. I think I have read all the questions. I think the other that I need to make clear is that before I give the panelists to respond, is that online viewers, you are going to get certificates and CPD points. Many of you have been making a lot of conversations online. What about us online? You are going to get. Just make sure that you have duly registered. But even you as online participants, you will get this. So now who is the most ready? Okay. Anyway.
Yes, thank you, moderator. I'll be so brief. The first one is on the unofficial payments. I want to indicate that in our work around the country, we have received lots of complaints that organizations are actually facing a lot of challenges, mainly where they need to get recommendations or approval from different stakeholders. There are lots of monies being asked for. And what we have always indicated is that whatever funds that are being demanded or payments, these payments are illegal. You are not supposed to pay them, not to any stakeholder. All payments that an NGO should make are well indicated in the NGO fees regulations of 2017. So anything outside the NGO fees regulations, any stakeholder demanding for it, if possible, bring it to the attention of the NGO Bureau. So for these particular payments, I would really request that you bring it to the attention of the NGO Bureau. In terms of the measures, as we engage stakeholders from such acts, because others, even before signing an MOU with you, they want you to do that, to pay for it, and yet you're coming to bring a lot of resources for their own benefit. Others, before they issue a recommendation, they want you to pay for it. So we are trying to is coming. On the issue of the State of NGOs report, I think the moderator has responded to that. I'd already indicated we have always had the desire to actually produce these reports, but the issue has been funding. We hope that with the time, if we can secure resources, because it is expensive to actually do it, especially when you're not automated. I have indicated that automation will be in play next year. Finally, you cannot produce a State of NGOs report. You'll just be lying to people, because assuming we are looking at the 14,207, you are not going to tell us that you are going to extract information from there carefully and you are going to give accurate answers. What we do not want to do is to lie to the country and give them a status that is totally wrong. But I'm very sure once the bill is automated, those reports can easily be generated. So from next financial year, I hope we shall start producing those reports. I've already told you that we may see as much period we can cover going back, but going forward, we need those reports so that there is ownership on the work of the organization. In terms of the concern about the donors, that government could be contributing towards this. What I'm aware of is that there are lots of engagements between government and donors that are going on. Right now, I think a number of donors and Minister of Finance are having a lot of engagements, and I hope that the concern that is being raised here, if there are any issues that are coming up that are making donors either leave, all those are going to be addressed through those discussions. Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I will just comment on the voluntary and then the mandatory application of the standard. How many of us have read the IFRS disclosure standards roadmap for Uganda? By just show of hands, anybody who has read that roadmap issued by ICPAO? How many of us have heard about it? Maybe I should have begun with that. Okay, we issued a roadmap for sustainability standards, and that roadmap prescribes how sustainability is going to be implemented in Uganda. We adopted a phased approach, and this year we kick-started off with voluntary application of the standard. So it's the same phase, the same format we are planning to adopt for IPSAS, rather for INPAS. And like I said, this has not yet been decided. We shall have to come back to you, the implementers, for your views, such that we come up with an informed roadmap. But ideally, from the kitchen, what we are seeing is that given the difference in sizes of NPOs, given the difference in capacities, the differences in competences and what have you, we are likely to equally adopt a phased approach. But the phased approach will equally call for voluntary period, especially at the beginning, for us to rehearse and get ready for the mandatory. We cannot think of a mandatory, rather a voluntary approach all throughout, because that then makes us lose the meaning. If we are to say we adopt voluntarily all throughout, then we shall get back to the other cocktail of frameworks that we are talking about. So we hope to have, and this will be decided by what your comment will say. For example, we may say the first 3 years will be voluntary, will be rehearsal period, but at a certain point, let's say after 3 years, we shall begin with the continental NGOs, mandatory application, as the others are learning from the continental NGOs. That is the kind of approach we intend to adopt. But important to also note is that for the practice guidance, that one we do not intend to have a mandatory application. We shall leave that to your respective preferences of the donors, of the donor community. We are aware, for example, the Oak Foundation has already declared application of the guidance. We are also aware FCDO has announced piloting the guidance. So the practice guide, that one, we don't intend to have a mandatory declaration on it. But with the standard, we are likely to have a mandatory, but which is likely to begin with a voluntary period of rehearsal. Thank you so much.
So my question is a really technical one. So Moses, just don't bother listening. I don't want to stress you. Okay, but it's a technical question, so it's going to be a slightly technical answer. The question was, will INPAS result in uniform application of indirect cost recovery? Short answer is no. The longer answer, so what is that? That is where donors give a grant, usually a restricted grant, and there's some direct costs that are covered 100%, and then there's a contribution towards the support costs, the indirect costs of the organization as a whole. And quite often, the indirect contribution from the funder doesn't cover the full costs of the indirect costs associated with carrying out a project. Now, as the INPRF, we are not mandated to tell donors what to do in terms of what they will fund as an indirect cost contribution. So that's why the short answer is no. The longer answer is that in INPAS, there is for the first time a definition of support costs. It's fairly high level, it's principle-based, but at least it's there. And that's never existed before. We have been thinking about, and we've gone partway in issuing partway in having initial conversations about the development of a second practice guide about where donors come together and agree on a definition of support costs or indirect costs that they can all stand behind. We would love to see that, maybe think about that in 2 to 3 years, hopefully. And the third thing to say is that one of those formats for the practice guide, where you've got different funding sources, is a great way to communicate in a standard format the underfunding of indirect costs associated with a project. That can help you communicate and negotiate, but it doesn't result necessarily in any changed practice. Have I scared you too much, Moses? Excellent, there we go.
So thank you very much. So at this point in time, let's have, before we close, let's have a photo moment between the three institutions that gathered us here this morning, F, Mpanga, CPA, and BDO. They come here, and then they have a photo. The rest of us participate by clapping for them for bringing us here this morning. After this, Samantha and Stephen, you'll also join in together with our panelists. People who are using earphones, we have an official photographer. When it comes to time for posting, use only official photographer photos, not those ones of your phone. Samantha and Stephen, please. No, just a minute. Samantha, please join in. Can I request the three organizers to stay and the rest of us can go back? That is F, Mpanga, CP, and BDO to stay. Can I request all the staff of F, Mpanga that are here to come for a photo? So that matters legal, people can see you and visibly know who to ask. Whether you are doing internship, it's okay. You are working there, just come. When they ask you anything difficult, run to the managing partner and say this question: how do I approach? There's space the other side. Okay. We know that legal matters are tough matters, but labor to smile. Very good. Then Team BDO. BDO. Okay, finally, the staff now can go. Staff can go. Now, for purposes of commemorating this event, it would be ideal to also have one representative of the NGOs here present, whether local, continental, whatever. But if the founder is here or the managing partner, then you, who is an officer, don't come. Let's just have one person to really make sure we can put the report together. But if you see that you are the one who is around and the managing partner is not here or the executive director, then you come. Take the moment. We can use level 1 and then level 2. I think your photo is going to go in 2 pieces. Some are going to come down. Very good. And this is the most important photo. I think we've made a curve, a very good curve here. Cover that gap. Okay. Okay, so we can take our seats and close in the next 3 minutes. Can we give a big round of applause to F. Mpanga, our sponsors this morning? Can we give a big clap to BDO, our sponsors this morning? And can we also give a big clap to ICPAU? And can we also appreciate ourselves? The final picture is the most important picture, because the conversations going forward, if we see you are not coming forth, we shall attach the picture to say you were here. Finally, allow me invite CPA Derek Nkaja, the CEO of ICPAU, to come and close this symposium. Please welcome him to the floor.
Thank you so much. Now I know I'm between you and the next activity, so I'll be very brief. First, I would like to thank all the organizers, the NGO Bureau for accepting to be with us, AF Mpanga and BDO for picking the budget. So please, people, clap for that team. Without them, we wouldn't be here, and definitely I wouldn't have this chance of speaking to you. Now, the question is, where do we go from here? We have heard that NPAS settles the chaotic situation where NGO reporting and compliance has been. And therefore, we must be thinking through how to eliminate the chaos we have been having within our organizations. NPAS is a game changer for reporting purposes and compliance in this sector, and it has global credibility. And ICPAU, that's what we champion. We champion credibility, we champion transparency, and we champion coherency in financial reporting. So I'll ask you to visit the website which Sam talked about. the website for INPRF, or the website you can Google and just say Standard for International Not-for-Profit Reporting, and the website will be seen. Please visit that website and see how we can start the conversation of how to adopt or how to implement. But you can also contact ICPAU, because ICPAU is closer to you, it's in Uganda, for guidance. And more so, contact other entities that enable financial reporting and compliance. There are quite a number of them. They are seated among you, and directly you can contact BDO, you can contact AF Umpanga, but the conversation has to start now. Do not wait until ICPAU pronounces the adoption roadmap, although we will do so before the end of the year. The adoption roadmap is coming, as Charles mentioned, and be on the lookout. Once it comes, it will give you further guidance on how Uganda is going to take up this standard and be part of that conversation. I thank you for listening. I thank you for keeping around. I know many people, when they take breakfast, they disappear, but you have kept a full house, so thank you and clap for yourselves. And I wish you safe journey to your respective places. Thank you.
The next event after this is the most important, where you network, share ideas, and get to know how do you move forward as an NPO or as an NGO. I want to thank you very much, and I want to request the team to play for us the anthems as you rise, for us to have the anthems, and we close. Thank you very much.
Ilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.